let's smash this out for the final day, day number 5 here of the series, and we are good to go. Hey guys, how you going? So down BK Sport, we are live for day 5 of the fifth test where, look, we've got to see 2 more wickets here for England, and they've really got to put in a shift here if they want to make this a final day stand where, oh my gosh, there might be a wicket here already. Oh, Scott Boland's pretty happy with that. They may review this with Matty Potts. Look, there is 8 for 307. Australia do have 2 reviews remaining here. Bethel is 142 not out. Potts is on 5 not out. And they will review it. They are going to review. They are going to review here. Now, I was about 1 minute. I was a little bit late here on the basis that, I actually woke up really late. I woke up really late today. Just had a bloody late night sleep, but we are ready to rock and roll now as Australia chase a 4-1 series victory. A draw is very unlikely here with the score. A draw is extremely unlikely, but there is a review here of Matty Potts, who might be out on 5. I think that's probably going to be missing. I think this is probably going to be missing. This review might not get it. If anything, it'll be umpire's call, and the umpire did call that it wasn't out. Obviously, there's no bat there. Obviously, there's no bat, and yeah, that's missing. Yeah, good call from the up there. So the review is lost, and Matty Potts will stay at the crease. Now, obviously, England lead by 124 runs. They need to get this up to about 200 to really make this well, they need to get through the first session and, get it up to about 200 for it to really start to worry Australia a little bit. Realistically, Australia isn't losing this game after a belter of a third session yesterday for the Aussies. Realistically, the Aussies aren't losing this game, but there's still a chance of there is still a chance of a draw if England can stay in and get to about the old 200 or so, which I still think would be too low, but at least it would encourage Australia to have to hit and to get a few runs, which, does open the door for England. Obviously, there really won't be any kind of declaration here from England. You wouldn't be assuming so. You'd say that it's probably not done. It's probably done for that. They won't get enough runs for a declaration, but they'll just sit in there and just hope they can stay in as long as they damn well can before Australia can finally get them out, and then Australia will just have to come in and chase anywhere between 150 and 200 is what I would assume. So I am pretty confident in Aussies here. I will be honest, I am pretty confident in the Aussies. But guys, obviously hit that thumbs up button, subscribe if you are new around here. Final day, we've been here for every single day of the Ashes series. We go again, baby. We go again. Carl says, what will happen first? Us all out or you get a coffee? Gee whiz, we can't be talking about coffee yet. I've still got 55 minutes, son. Still got 55 minutes until I can go get myself a coffee. Look, I think that we probably should see England all out before that. I would say within the next half hour, we probably would be looking at it. Bethel has been unbelievable here. It was interesting. Last night I made a comment on Instagram, on the England Instagram post, and I said, I'm super happy for the young lad. Very proud and looking forward to seeing a long future for Jacob Bethel. And someone said, if England were up by 350 or something at the end of day 4, would I still be happy? And I said, yeah, mate. We've already won the series. The series is done. This is 2 dead rubbers here. It's all about respect. Growing the game, there you have to have a bit of respect, man, and I do respect it. And growing the game is all about respect. And even if he had made an unattainable lead, you have to really understand and appreciate what he's done. As a young kid coming to Australia, and regardless of it being a dead rubber or not, you still would respect it. But it's just interesting that some people feel like they feel like, it's only because Australia are in an advantageous spot here. Not necessarily, that's not the case at all. It's just kids done well. New ball in 3 overs, new ball in 3.1 overs, yes. Scotty Boland just fixing something on his shoes here. So Scotty Boland's actually got the third most wickets. You know, it's crazy, Carl. You'll love this, Carl. You'll love this. Wait for it. Hold this. He's got the third most wickets behind Mitchell Stark and Bryden Carse. Bryden Carse has got the second most wickets in the series. Mitchell Stark with 29, Bryden Carse with 22, and Scott Boland with 20. AFL Legend says 3-2 would be another moral victory for England if it happened. 3-2 actually would be a moral victory. It'd be a stupid moral victory, but then again, what moral victory isn't stupid? That's a double. Well, every single over that England can sit through is beneficial for them. Every extra run makes it a little bit more squeaky bum time for Australia and a little bit more nerve-wracking for the Australians. They just want to get it done, man. They just want to pump them out. 3 overs until the new ball. Bo Webster coming in for a bowl. He's 356. He had a great day yesterday. Obviously not out for like 70. And then came in and got those 3 wickets. And in at a very important time too of the day, when England was starting to really look a little bit dangerous. And he came in and said, listen, you're not dangerous, son. You're not dangerous. You're not dangerous. What's you thinking? What you thinking? AFL Legend says in 2023 they regained the moral ashes and a 3-2 would retain it for them. The funniest thing is that they've set themselves up for when Australia do eventually lose the series, the Australians will just take the piss and say, well, we're going to claim it morally. And that'll piss so many people off to be like, oh, look at it now. It's like Australians will just take the piss. It's going to be so funny. And like, it's entirely possible. It is. It's entirely possible when we're in England in a year and a half's time. But next year is so good, man, because we do actually have the 5 English Ashes tests, but we do have the 1 MCG anniversary test. There's a single for Matthew Potts. Bethel will come back on strike. They lead by 126 runs. But yeah, they've set themselves up for a bit of a shithousery because times do change. When eventually Australia do lose a series in the future at some point, they will just come out and they will shit talk saying that is a moral victory for us because of so and so. It's gonna be so funny. So they leave 127 runs. Carl says, we just don't have a bowler that you can throw the ball to and think they are going to take 2 or 3 quick wickets. It's just going to be a comfortable day for you Aussies. I think it should be a comfortable day for us Aussies, but if England can push this up to, if you can have a partnership here of 70, like a massive last couple wicket stands, 8th wicket stand, if you can push this up to a target of like 200, even more potentially, if you get to 200 with 8 wickets still in play, 2 wickets in hand, that will start to get nerve-wracking for a draw for sure. Again, Australia's not losing this game. It would take an absolute gigantic miracle for Australia to lose this game. But it would make Australians nervous for a draw. Because right now it's all about frustration. We can't be comfortable until you're all out. It's going to be just frustration until. Geez, beautiful day there in Sydney. Beautiful day. Once we get you all out, it's on us. The onus is on us. But until we get you all out, you can just frustrate the living shit out of us. That'll be a single there for Bethel. Nate says, g'day big fella, where's my niece Harrison? Yeah, you wish Harrison's going to turn up anytime soon. You won't, until England have like a chance of anything, you won't see Harrison turn up. Evelyn says, Australia historically struggled chasing anything over 200, particularly on day 5. Yeah, sure, but this is a bit different. And also, Australia did chase 200 in dramatic fashion in Perth in the first test. Chuck says we'll be back later for the ending. Yeah, fair enough, Chuck. I'll see you then. We could talk about putting on 30 to 40 more runs if new ball wasn't around the corner. Stark first over the new ball, guaranteed a wicket. Oh, yeah, that's the thing. The new ball is what what will swing this. This is right at the end of the original ball. Got 2 overs left. Good morning, friends and Harrison. That's top ball. That's actually a pinned comment. Wow, Ben, that's actually funny. And then he'll tune in at some point. He'll tune in at some point and be like, "You kidding me? You kidding?" No, when we do get this new, that's why Richie Stark isn't bowling. When we do get this new ball, then yeah, it's gonna be a time to behold for England. Still a good crowd here. Obviously not sold out, but still a good crowd here. Double. Lachlan says good morning to everyone except Harrison. Well, Lachlan, the unfortunate thing is Ben's kind of already just made that joke. But, he's actually still technically saying good morning and you're not saying good morning, so I can see the difference. But still a very similar joke. England lead by 129. I tell you what, guys, if you're a rugby league fan, I did some. This is why I woke up really late this morning, because I was up really late planning it. My tipping videos this year for the NRL, they're going to be from a different landmark all around the world. And it's going to be pretty cool. Don't know if anyone's done it before. A different landmark all around the world for every NRL tipping video in 2026. No, that's going to be a big bumper time. Looks like the SCG has closed off those few bays near the scoreboard. Yeah, they've closed off that entire kind of section. Like it's packed out over there, but it's closed off here. Next bowl from Boland, and that shall be a single. So that'll be a 130-run lead. Once we get through just one of these guys, it doesn't matter if it's Bethel or if it's Potts. It really doesn't matter. Once we get through one of them, we'll see Australia batting very soon. It's just about breaking through one of these guys. It's going to be a 40-plus day today in Sydney. Is it really? It does look like, I don't know what it is, but maybe as an Australian, but you can just kind of tell that today looks like it's going to be a smoky. It's funny that you say that, because it does kind of give off that vibe right now at 10 a.m. And, geez, that was a good bowl. Are you sure it's meant to be that hot? It's 26 degrees right now. Maybe in parts of Sydney. I don't know if it's... It says it's meant to get to 27 on here. But it does look like it's going to be one of those stinkers. Dasmate says, Brothers Kebabs in Belmore, the location for the dogs tip. Yeah, not in Australia, Daz. I'm not going to be in Australia in 2026, unfortunately. It's not 40, it's just Ben Stokes. Hey, I'm more for him slander right now in this test. Next bowl, top ball. Brothers Kebabs. I could go for a kebab. Get me a kebab. Second new ball, 1 over. Get me a kebab. I'm in. Dearie me, I'm desperate for a damn raw coffee right now. I'm desperate. Desperate, son, please. Why won't someone think of the children? You can hear my voice. Why won't someone just think of the children, please? I'm even actually considering shifting my fast period today to 11 to 5, just so that the time you can drink and eat is 11 to 5. Oh, geez, that's close. That's going to be a single through leg buys, because of my... It's just insane right now, because I had such a late night. Nearly by 131 runs here. Because you can do that, which is good. You can do that. Okay, next bowl from Bo Webster. Top ball. Come on, give us a good chase here, England. Get up to 200. Make it interesting. We could talk about putting on a 30, 40 more runs if the new ball wasn't around the corner. That's 100%. That's a single. I think you could talk about still putting on 70 more runs because Bethel's there if the new ball wasn't around the corner. There's 3 more balls until Mitchell Starc comes out with the new ball. He already got a wicket in the first over with the first ball when Zach Crawley went down. Not surprising. Not surprising. No, not surprising. Oh, that's the double. That's a double. Next one. Oh, that's up in the air, up in the air, up in the... Oh, jeez. That is lucky for Bethel. Knock it out there. Get to 148. Bethel might start smoking that new ball cleanly. You never know. Yeah, but they've got Matthew Potts and Josh Tongue, and those guys will get out quickly. Bethel may top score this test. He may top score this test. He only needs about 14 more runs to top... No, 16 more runs to top score this test across both teams. Could you imagine? Joe Root gets 160, thinks he's got a great score, then not only does he get beaten by Travis Head, but he gets beaten by... How old is Jacob Bethel? Like 21 years old? Jacob Bethel, age. He is 22 years old, so he goes out, he gets a massive 160. Not only does it get beaten by Travis Head, but then it also gets beaten by the 22-year-old debutant, Jacob Bethel. Oh, it's too funny. But new ball is available. Chris says, good evening, Australia. Well, it's definitely not evening, that's for sure. But get around you, Chris. I'm here, even though the writing is on the wall. Look, the writing is on the wall, Mr. Henry. Yes, the writing is on the wall. But there is still 2 wickets to play. Still 2 wickets to play. Carl says, will Bethel start protecting posts and Potts and Tongue and not take singles when the new ball comes? Yeah, Potts and Pans, we'll see how they go. Bethel is maybe a bit young to recognise what you're saying there, but maybe. The new ball is available now, by the way. Mitchell Starc is about to bowl. Maybe. I feel like he's not... I think they are just going to continue to go for runs regardless. I think if a single's on offer, they'll take it, dude. But Mitchell Starc to Jacob Bethel on 148. X-bolt. And that will be a single. No, they're going to go 2's the call. 2 is the call, and they luckily get back. And that's 150 for Jacob Bethel. Unbelievable knock for the kid. Unbelievable knock for the kid. Bethel 161 or 162 ideally, so Trav's top scores for this test. To be fair, we're going to win this test, bro. You would assume. So it doesn't really matter to mine. We all know how good Travis Head's been. But look, ideally, sure. So start this series, 29 wickets, 20.9 average. Come on, just 1 more wicket to get to 30. Ooh, woo, woo. Carey half shouting. Won't have it. Little bit of an inquiry here. They've only got the 1 review remaining. They've only got the 1 review remaining, and they will choose not to go for it. Chris says, I would also like to see England skittle you put out for less than 100. Yeah, well, I'd like you to donate $1 billion. How about that, Chris Andrew? How about that? I'd like you to donate 7.5 trillion US dollars. I'd like someone to give me a Ferrari. Maybe I would like a brand new prize home on the coast of the Amalfi Coast in Italy. We all have things we want in life, Chris. That unfortunately they're a bit unattainable as we currently speak. Oh, double. It was just Usman Open. Man, there's been this thing that everyone's been commenting about. Fuck no, there is a WTC points on hand right now. Like, at the end of the day, this isn't an emotional movie scene. Like, this is we need to win this game for WTC points in that way. Like, no, this isn't just a solidarity, kumbaya, thank you for your career. You can have an emotional movie opening scene. We want to win this game, bro. So, no, Usman shouldn't be opening. Travis Head and Jake Weatherall should be opening. Carl says, I would like to see Harrison come in and make a sensible comment, but that won't happen either. That's something that will never happen. Oh, swinging a miss there from Bethel. Dot ball. We're not watching the Notebook here. It's not a rom-com. Not a romance movie. I don't even think you would call Notebook a rom-com, would you? It'd just be romance. They really shouldn't. If he does, then, they are going with the romantic ending. But this isn't a movie. This isn't a movie. It is a game where we want the WTC points. Okay, next bowl here from Mitchell Stark. And that will go at the back there for a single, which actually helps him out there because that means that Potts has only got one ball of face, and then you will get Bethel on strike. Eight 3:19. 35 minutes. Come on, Mitchy Stark. Here we go. Bang him in. Bang him in with the final ball here in the over. Highlands fan says, with a $2 donation, appreciate you, Highlands fans. Says, hey mate, haven't been talk to you this game. How you been? I am tired, that's for sure, but it's been a great cricketing season. Thank you very much for the $2 donation. Ooh, that's a slap there. Will they go for a single? Are they going to go for a single here? Are they going to get 2 runs out of that, are they? It's great running. That's great running. So 138 runs lead. No, going all right, mate. Thanks to the $2 donation. But now we just wait for day 5 to finish up. And then that is the series all done and dusted. And then now, I believe we play Afghanistan not Afghanistan, Bangladesh. Well, Afghanistan some ODIs soon. I believe. I believe so. Our next tests come a little bit later on in the middle of the year. Because we do have that T20 World Cup coming up. Oh no, is it T20 against Afghanistan? Yeah, we got Bangladesh mid-year, but in August in Mackay and likely Darwin. But isn't there a couple of T20s we've got against Afghanistan or something ahead of the T20 World Cup? We play our first match versus India on Sunday. Our first match on India on Sunday? Who? What? Who do you support, Real Galaxy Flames? Oh, New Zealand? No, I'm talking about Australia. I'm saying Australia play soon. Message got retracted. I think he's talking about New Zealand because New Zealand play India in an ODI series starting Sunday. Might stream some of it. I might see how we go. Top ball. 7 days, 1 week until we start with the NRL content. High scores this series: Head 170, Head 163, Root 160, and Root 138. But Bethel is at 151. He could top score the series with 19 more runs, Jacob Bethel. He could top score the series, which is crazy. That is crazy. Well, next bolt. Oh, he might be gone here. I think he's gone here. Yep, he's gone. See you later. Great knock, Bethel. Great knock, Bethel, but Scotty Boland does the in, and you're not going to be top scorer in this game because Travis Yed's the GOAT. You're not going to be top scorer in the series. They will review it. Of course they're going to review this. They have to, but I'm pretty certain he's gone here. It's a fair delivery. This should be a wicket here, lads. This is our last review. And it was given out as well, so umpire's call will benefit us. Yeah, I think this is going to be out. It's going to be umpire's call at a minimum. Looks a bit high. I still think that's probably going to be umpire's call. It's going to be close. But I think it might be just touching, which will be ump's call. Okay, go to ball tracking, please. And... Oh, it's missing. Holy shit. Oh my gosh, it is missing. The thing is that I don't think Bethel actually thought that was missing. I think he's just throwing a review at that because they've got 3 and he may have wanted to just try and check. I thought it was going to be still up's call, but no, it is. Yeah, spewing, dude. Damn it. Yeah, he was jumping in the air. Oh, wow, that was a bowl from Scotty Boland. It stayed a bit low, but was pretty short. Yeah, but it was jumping in the air, dude. Like, yeah, look. The reason why... Yeah, like he was jumping in the air, so I was going to bring it up. So Australia now have no more reviews, by the way. But realistically speaking, you're not going to stay through the day. You need to go for some runs. That's what you need to do. And they're going to get a single there. So Bethel will get to 152. And that's a good single as well because it puts Potts on strike for the final ball. This is what Steve Smith should have been doing at the MCG, by the way. This is what I was complaining about instead of him just giving the first ball switch over to Jai Richardson. All right, next bowl, final ball of the over here from Scotty Boland. Double. England begins day 5, 8 for 302. They're now 8 for 322. So 20 runs. The dog says, okay, help me understand here. As you know, I'm a cricket newbie. In this position, would England's strategy be go for a draw at this point? When do captains actually implement call of end of second inning? I don't know what call of end of second inning means, but what England's plans right now is actually quite tough to explain because if they can get another 50 odd runs, that would then mean, or 70 odd runs, 60 runs, 61 runs, 200. They'd probably get through this session with their batting rate. It probably means they get through this session, and there's 2 sessions to go. And Australia chasing that down, whilst doable, will mean that they will have to go for, if that's 3-4 runs there. That's a 3-4 runs there. Whilst that would be doable for Australia, it means that they're going to try and hit. And if they're going to try and hit, that gives them very much a shout of England actually winning and bowling us out. Because if you're pushing the runs and you're pushing the whack-arounds, then that opens up your wicket and makes it a potential there. So right now, this game is still on in all 3 ways. Australia is still very heavy favourites. But the longer the English sit in, the more it'll frustrate them. No, they're not going to declare, I would say, Z Dog. I don't think there'll be a declaration here, mate. If they do declare, then maybe like they would need like another 110 runs, and that'd be halfway through the second session. Yeah, they won't declare. I don't think they would, but like I guess if they got to 250 run lead, 250 run lead, and there was a session and a half to go, they'd do that. They'd throw a little bit of a popsicle at it. Next ball. Top ball. I don't know why Alyssa Healy's saying this has been Bazball. This has not been Bazball from England. It's cold, 8 degrees. It's beautiful here in Fiji. It's like 27, 28 degrees. A draw is a moral victory, didn't you know? We won't declare. Probably will be, to be fair. But we all know what Travis Head can do and come out and slap it up. I still feel like Australia win this in a canter. I really do. I still feel like it. Next ball from start. Whoa. Plays it, misses it. That is a very English thing, though, Carl. That is what the English do. They will claim this as a moral victory, as they always do. For context, their dog. I know you don't know much about the old cricket, but the English are moral winners of every single game. They can't cop a loss, unfortunately, and they drew a series 2-2 a couple of years ago back in England, which means that we kept the series because we won it previously. If it's a draw, the previous winner keeps it. But they took a moral victory in the series, and the reason why they took a moral victory in the series is because one of their own players, in a game that they invented the rules of this great game of cricket. So one of their players walked out of their crease, and the ball was thrown at the stumps in one smooth motion, not like it was actually waiting for him to walk out. It was just a one smooth motion of a throw from Alex Carey, and he got out. And we ended up winning that game. But that was when all hell broke loose. They said that because this was against the spirit of cricket, the dumbest shit I ever heard in my life, but because it was against the spirit of cricket, that they effectively won the test morally and they can go home happy. And so Australia's just like, well, okay, we're going to take the actual win, but you know what? You can have the moral victory because we don't give a shit. It's just so stupid. The whole country blew up, dude. The whole country. And they still talk about it. They still do. Stay in your crease, Johnny. Stay in your crease. Who did something stupid like that? Sounds like a Johnny Bairstow kind of thing to do. Sean Carl, I lived there for 2 years as a motorbike courier. I know 8 degrees is nice compared to the shit you get. Black ice. Well, trying to be alive. Well, Pot's on 10. Is that his top score? Actually, this is his first game. Of course, it's his top score. Next bowl from Scotty. And that is going to be a single if they take it. I don't know if they take it. I don't think they take it. Bunt ball till dark is our best tactic. It's funny though, knowing how cricket is nowadays and with the T20 and with the ODI plays and all that type of stuff, you still wouldn't put Australia out of the equation if they were trying to chase, like 200 with the last session. You'd say there's a chance for England to win, but you wouldn't put it out of the equation of a 2020 style game. Scotty Boland Economy just says, more appreciation. Yeah, 36 runs off of 22.2. That is very, very good. That is very, very good. So what is that economy? What is that economy? 83.2 overs bowled. England 10% in the live win probabilities. They're so stupid. Draw 4%, England 10%. It's so stupid. And they won't go for a single there. Scott Boland's economy is 1.61. That is incredible stuff. Incredible stuff. Harrison has him in his all-time greatest list. He actually does too. He did mention that Johnny Bairstow is one of the greats. The Ashes, the urn, used to be transported to the country who won them or obviously retained. When a good 20 plus years ago, if memory serves, those Pomps decided to change the rules and keep them. Yes, it always stays at Lords, I believe. I believe it always stays at Lords. Next vote. Oh, swing and a miss. Swing and a miss. Some stories, as Mitchell Stark said, said the one of the South Africa batters who was coming down the crease too early. If I have to keep my foot behind this line, you can keep your bat in your crease, something like that. If I have to keep my foot behind this line, you can keep your bat in your crease. Yeah, valid. Valid. Great comment. But it's just the kick up, the kick off, the fact that it still goes this day. But the kick off, again, they created the rules. And I'll never forgive the Lord's dressing room, the Lord's gentleman's room. I'll never forgive it. You're meant to be elite. You're meant to be. It's meant to be an honour that you can be in the gentleman's room to have interactions with the Australian players, the English cricket players. You know, the respect is there. It's just, it's an honour to be there. And yet we've got literal 80-year-olds foaming out of the mouth at our boys. Literal 80-year-olds foaming out of the mouth because of a rule they did. And again, if Carey had have stopped, thought, waited, and then thrown, problem. But he literally just goes straight away. That was about the Johnny Bairstow stuff, but no, I know. I was a bit late typing it. No, I get it. It was in one motion with Keza. All right, last ball here of the over for Scotty Boland. Matty Potts on strike and duck ball. Unfortunately, the English elite are the worst of us. Valid, Carl. Valid, son. 20 minutes until coffee. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. But Mitchy Start to come back out for another bowl. I will ask you guys, what do you think is a lead that England could get to that you don't believe Australia could chase down today? If these two, or final three, can hold out. Cam dropped any sitters this morning. Hasn't dropped any sitters this morning, but I can't wait for Will Jacks to come out and drop some. Yeah, Will Jacks loves good one. Jeez. Like, you think Cam Green's done something bad, and then Will Jacks just does something worse. It's incredible stuff. It's incredible stuff. At least Cameron Green did get a grab yesterday. He did get a catch out in the field. It was a big catch too. It was the second wicket of that 2-wicket over for Bobby Webster. So next ball. Oh, jeez, that's going to be a dot ball. Why did they block off half of the ground so no people can sit there? Probably because they don't have enough seats sold to warrant opening it, is what I would say. You're not going to see lines and lines. Like, you might see a lot more people later, but you're not going to see them being enough to warrant opening the entirety of the section. Don't see it happening. Not even close at 250, which is have a session left. But see, the key thing with cricket, in Test cricket, is that you need to give Happens at the worst time, man. Did you hear at least me celebrate the wicket, or was it just beforehand? Jared says, in England, football has been a much bigger priority than cricket. That's great. In Australia, rugby league and AFL are a much bigger priority than cricket, and then you can also talk about other sports as well. But Bethel is gone. He is gone for 154. Jared, the two countries are actually very similar in that regard, but it's actually, we have other sports. Oh, you didn't even get to hear my reaction to the wicket. Oh, damn it. Well, I did say well done to Bethel. Huge for Bethel. But Daddy Boland, welcome here. Welcome home. See, this is the thing, Jared. This conversation, like, I feel like a lot of the English, because I see this comment quite a lot, as if like, oh, cricket's not our priority. Well, cricket's not our priority too. Cricket is lucky to be third in our country. I would still say it's third, but it is a summer sport for us. Like, we only care about it when the summer is on, for the most part. Australians couldn't tell you anything about the Sri Lankan series in the middle of the year, or Bangladesh, or Afghanistan, or wherever. Australians can barely tell you about Australia versus England in England, because that's in the middle of the year, because people are caring about the rugby league and the AFL at the time. Cricket is not as big as it used to be in this country, but it is a traditional sport that people will always love and adore based off of the traditions and the culture. But nowadays, people definitely are behind rugby league. They definitely are behind AFL. And I promise you, if the rugby union team was better, there would be more rugby union. The cricket is technically our national sport, just like, guess what? The cricket is technically your national sport. And the cricket is also not India's national sport. That's what's funny about national sport terminology. The national sport of England is cricket, but it should be football. The national sport for Australia is cricket, but it could be either rugby league or AFL. You'd probably go with AFL on the basis that it is a purely Australian game. And then in regards to India, you'd say it should be cricket, but it is hockey. So yes, this conversation that we go with here of like the reason why England's losing is because we don't prioritise it. Well, the same thing goes for us, dude. And yet we are still very good. So it's not an excuse. It actually has no relevance as an excuse. Not a single excuse is possible with that. Especially considering with India. India could never use any kind of excuse like that. Never. Robo says, well done, Beth. Well deserved. Yeah, fantastic stuff. Because they're so weak, man. If they don't win, the result is saying it's not our sport. Yeah, it is a bit of a sad comment, because like, we all know football is big in England, but also rugby league and AFL are bigger than cricket in Australia, and you would argue rugby union, because Aussies love seeing people beat the shit out of each other. All right, so Starkey, will he get one final wicket? Oh yeah, that was his 30th wicket, by the way. I just realised that was his 30th wicket. That was his 30th wicket. So the highest run scorer from England this innings isn't even English, huh? I see. Not wrong. That is correct. The highest run scorer for the English. They're from the Caribbean. No bullshit. The catching from the Aussies has been very good. Green catch yesterday was a cracker. Yeah, Green's catch was good. Green's drop was worse. But Green's catch was good. Next ball. Oh, in swing and nearly got him. Well, at least it's Bethel that's gone, because that means that we can just focus here on two non-batters. That's the game, by the way, lads. Bethel going there at that time was the game. And just stop with the excuses. You do, but the thing is that Aussies would go with excuses if they found a way to lose something. Everyone does it. People don't realise every fan base and every type of person, every way people argue sport is always the same. It's always the same, just from a different perspective of which team. That's going to be a dot ball. We had this discussion, actually, I think, on the second test of this series. Spoke about it, especially in regards to Origin. Everyone's the same. They just support a different team. I'll watch curling if it means beating England. I think the Ashes curling's coming up. Good to see 5 days. No, it is good to see 5 days, and it is good to see, at least the question that had been asked. But obviously, I don't think it'll. Well, I think we'll get three sessions in here. Yeah, I do. I think we'll see the third session of day 5, which is good. But I do think it should be a pretty clean Australia victory. But at least 146 is getting a discussion going. We'd make excuses, but we'd also call for everyone involved to be sacked. Yeah, no, we hold our team accountable. We would, if Australia had lost this series, everyone would be coming for the coach's head. They'd be absolutely coming for the selectors. My gosh, the selectors cop it anyway. We win, the selectors will cop it. Cameron Green, if we had lost this series, I think he would need dead set Secret Service to protect him. I think he would genuinely need. He would need security at all times in Australia. We had lost this series. Guys like Mitchell Stark would be told, you're too old, time to retire. Same as Steve Smith kind of deal. Probably midway through session 2 is the latest I could see it going. Yeah, maybe. Australia have no rush here, man. I think late session 2, really. But there's still a chance it's getting 3 sessions in. $190,200 will send us to the third session, mate. Every single run is extremely crucial for England at the moment. There is a cracking Sheffield United shirt in the crowd from the early 90s. Up in the air. Oh, single. Illuminous yellow with labour on the front. Love to see it. I don't think... When I think of Sheffield United, obviously I think of red and white. 10 minutes until I can have a coffee, but I'll just wait until this final wicket falls and then I'll go make one. Potts on 10, Tongue on 2. So Travis Head will top score for this test, and he will also still top score for the series. Oh, gone! I think I heard something. Oh, we don't have a review anyway, but I'm pretty certain I heard something. Well, there's no point, Steve. We don't have a review. Didn't we lose our review? I heard something too, but I thought we lost our review. Don't we have no reviews? Don't we have 0 reviews? Well, we have reviewed this. I heard something too. I thought we had 0 reviews. I swear we used our review. I swear we lost our review. Oh, that's going to miss. Yeah, nothing. Yeah. Like there was... I heard some... Oh. Like there was technically a tiny little thing that came through, but and that will be what the noise was. That I don't know if that means that it's the... I don't know if that means it was the bat, but there was a noise, a tiny little noise that everyone kind of heard. I get why. So they've lost the review. Lost the review. I understand why elite sports people don't really like the media. Doesn't matter how good they perform, the media try and create bullshit. Yeah, absolutely. Media is awful, dude. It's all to tell a story, especially the English media. That's why they hate journos. The English media. Yikes. They're awful, dude. They will set their country up for failure and then shit on the players that they were bigging up beforehand and encourage the hatred. They are full of it. Australian media is bad, but nowhere near as bad as English media in that sense. Because the English media are doing it deliberately for that purpose. I don't know if anyone should ever move on from how that English media spoke about the Euros. Oh, that's a nice shot there from Potts. That's going to go for a 4. It's going to go for a 4, so it'll be 151. Oh, they're just adjusting the snicker. Will all look legit in a second. Yeah, well, I think that should kind of prove to you, mate. There's no hoodoo guru voodoo here, son. All fair. All fair, son. That is a 4. Well, England leading by 151. Let's see, it says all of a sudden they're leading by 151. No one's nervous about 151. There's no nerves about 151. We'd be nervous about like a 250. And that's a good shot from Potts. Well, Potts is going to get a 4. So 155. No, United didn't draw against Burnley. You got to be shitting me. To be fair, they have no manager, but you got to be shitting me, United. Oh my gosh, 2-2. Chelsea to Fulham 2-1. Wow, what a night. What a night of sport, of Premier League. Newcastle 4-3 over Leeds. 2-2 Burnley Man United. 3-2 Bournemouth over Tottenham. 2-1 and Chelsea red card. Brentford 3-0 over Sunderland. And Crystal Palace a 0-0 draw with Aston Villa. That's not going to be a surprise ever, is it? Is it? No, sir. Get some coffee, India. I need to... I'll wait for the wicket, man. I'll wait for the wicket. The wicket will come at some point. And... I don't know what's happening here with my whole computer. Am I still live, by the way? We're still live, right? Because I'm struggling at the moment. I don't know. Everything just seems to be struggling at the moment. Yeah. Yikes. Are we still live? Trust me, in 5 minutes' time, I will be either a drinks break or a wicket. I will be getting a coffee into me, son. I definitely will be. What is happening right now in regards to this internet? Can you guys comment in the chat, please? If we're still live. Oh, we are still live. Thank you, Ben. Thank you. It's pretty bad at the moment. You're talking about the internet? Yeah. Yeah, no, something's happening. Something's definitely happening right at this very second. Something's definitely kicking on. How many fingers am I holding up so I know how far behind you guys are? Obviously, I can't do much as we speak. Much as we speak. Trying to get the KO back up and going. But some good batting here from Potts. At least, yeah, not too far. At least with Potts, he's making up for his horrific effort in the bowling. He is making up for his absolutely horrific effort in the bowling. Harrison. No, what? No, that's getting a timeout. What are you doing? Why are you begging for Harrison to come? What? Harrison, what are you doing? What are you doing? Don't say his name. He'll turn up, son. Don't say his name. You'd say that guy's name and he will turn up. It's not what we want, mate. It's not what we need. What we do want right now is a wicket. I did see it on in morning. That's just horrific. 2-2 with Burnley. Are there volcanoes in Fiji? Is one missing? What? What's happening right now? No, there's no volcanoes in Fiji. In Tonga and stuff, yes, but not in Fiji. Dude, what is happening with this internet right now? It is really struggling. Okay, now it's back on. What does that have to do with anything? What's that? What's happening in this chat? Another good shot. Another good shot. That's Josh Tongue with the 4. Okay, well, they're getting some runs here. They are. Oh, well, to be fair, there is 3 volcanoes. Koro, Nabunkalevu, and Tavayoni. I don't know if any of them are active, though. While there are no active volcanoes in Fiji Islands, it is prone to earthquakes because it is located within the Ring of Fire. So yes, there are three. There are three. This is good. This is good for these lads. This is good. Come on, need a coffee. But I don't want to miss the wicket. I really don't. I don't want to miss the final wicket. Especially considering it's the final wicket of the entirety of the series. Or final wicket for England of the series. Just one more. We're able to get through Bethel. Why can't we get through Pots and Pans and Tongue? Go get coffee. I'm trying to stay wakey. No, I don't want to miss the wicket, bro. I don't want to miss the final wicket. So England lead by 159 runs. Next bolt. And double. Wow, double. Scott Boland, come on, slap it in, son. Finish it up. One young lad came up and paid with a watch for a donation yesterday, apparently. I don't know what that commentary was just then. That was a really awkward commentary on Channel 7. Double. Great to see how many people. Oh, I get what they mean now. They're saying that he paid with his watch. As in, like, he paid by tapping his watch. I thought that he was saying that he was giving his watch. Of course, that's like Apple Pay. Like, there's nothing surprising about that. Oh my gosh. Come on, oldies. Get with the time, son. So Pot on 18. Good score, man. But this is what this pitch is. These two guys are doing pretty well. They are doing pretty well as we speak. Run rate of 3.91. Oh, we're finally hearing the Barmy Army this test. The only time we usually hear the Barmy Army at the SCG this test has been like the last session, the last hour. And it's just, we are the Barmy Army. We are the army, the Barmy Army. We're full of tossers and muppets. We sing the same song on repeat all day. 'Cause we're the Barmy Army. We are the army, the Barmy Army. We're full of tossers and muppets. We sing the same song all day, every day. Same song every day. Every hour. That's one thing I won't miss about this series is hearing that same song all day, every day. Yeah, this one is better, Ibrahim. Oh, a little bit of a play, a little bit of a dabble, but nothing. A little bit of a cheeky dabble. I'm dying here without coffee. I'm dying. I'm going to do it after this over, actually. I'm going to do it after this over. Then Mitchell Starc will come and get a first ball wicket. He's a songbird of our generation. Look, people think I'm a songbird of our generation. I'm actually more than that. I'm like double it. I'm like maybe triple it. Okay, next ball. Double. I might actually watch Stark's over and then I'm going to go do a coffee. That's what I'm going to do. Because as you can see, I keep yawning. I need it. I need it badly. Again. Again. I need it so badly. I don't really know why Australia's fielding right now is protecting huge boundaries. Like, look who's at bat right now. Yeah, they've got a couple of boundaries, but like, why are we playing the boundary right now? Okay, now the field looks a lot more normal. All right, start into Josh Tongue. And, ooh, that's going to be a top ball. They lead by 159 runs. I think they need at least another 41 runs to make things interesting. Yeah, foot marks are starting to become a problem in the fifth day. So sorry, guys. I'll just wait for this over and then I'll do it because then you won't see me yawn at all. To be fair though, I was up late researching things last night for content of this channel. So it's not like I was out partying. I was up until like 3, 4 in the morning as I was doing research for this channel for this year. And for BKRtravel. Next bolt. Up in the air, gone. See you later. Beautiful. I'm glad I waited. I'm glad I waited. Josh Tongue goes out on 6 and England lead by 159. Well, son, now it's time, England. It's time to sing the song. The London Bridge has fallen down. Fallen down. Falling down, the London Bridge has fallen down. Get that up, yeah, Stucky with the wicket, son. Oh my gosh, it is a coffee celebration time, that is for sure. England lead by 159 runs, lads. Australia should be able to chase this down. There's still a whole, 2 sessions and a half to go, an hour and a half until the lunch break. We'll have this shit on lock, baby. But Travis Head about to show Tongue why Head is better than just simple Tongue. You want the full-blown Head experience. Also Jake Weatherald, hopefully. They might go for an emotional scenario with Usman Khawaja, but I want the WTC points, so that's not what I'm wanting to do here. But guys, hit that thumbs up button, subscribe. I'm going to go make a coffee. You're about to get the full experience of the Head. We all love Head, and you're about to get the full damn well experience of it all. So thumbs up, subscribe. I'll be back in a moment. Well, lads, we're into the final stretch. We're into the final stretch now. As Australia. See, look at me now. See, I'm firing now. I've had a sip of coffee. I'm going to have another sip of coffee. Oh my gosh, Santa cup. Ah, beautiful. Well, we're into the final stretch now, guys. England bowled out for 342. Well done, Jacob Bethel, man. I have to give him a massive shout out. Like, just absolutely incredible knock from him. But now we will see the Aussies come out to bat and chase down 159 runs, which, you know, is done in 2.5 sessions. They've got plenty of time, man. You know, they don't need to play T20 style. They just need to play cricket. You know, they could do this playing Test cricket style and make it interesting, which would be awesome to see. This has been a great test, in my opinion. This has been a real pure Test cricket match where there is going to be a victor. This is reminding me of what cricket was 20 years ago. I'll be completely honest with you. And whilst Australia are going to get the victory here, I do think that overall, I don't think anyone should be disappointed with this test, even if you are English. You know, Jacob Bethel really showed that he's here to stay now. You know, and I think Jacob Bethel is going to be a real key part of your future, a real key part of what the English team go forward. I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do when we play in England next year for the 5 Test Ashes series. But also we've got the one game 150 year anniversary next year in March that's played at the MCG. Travis Head and Jake Weatherall will come out here. I would, like you said, Mark, be nice to see Weatherall make some runs. It would be good to see him. It'd be great to see these guys chase it down without a wicket, to be fair. It'd be interesting if there was a wicket early. It'd be super interesting if Australia, you know, got done early, and then you'd start to not have nerves, but you're like, well, shit, maybe something might be happening here. It would be really awesome if we had 1 wicket to go and like 10 runs needed or something like that. And we've got our bowlers batting and bowling. If Boland won the game, that'd be just peak cricket. That'd be just unbelievable. Unbelievable stuff. I just want to say, take the time to say thank you to everyone in the chat. These streams have really helped me through a tough time. Love all the banter and hope we cross paths again in the future. Well, absolutely, Carl. We're always here cracking on, man. It's been great with everybody here in the chat. Obviously, we'll have the T20 World Cup that maybe everyone will tune in for. And we're going to do more Test cricket and cricket in general this year, not just the Ashes. I am going to put more cricketing content onto the channel alongside our Rugby League. Obviously, Rugby League will always be preference. Oh, my gosh. No, Travis Head isn't out. No, surely not. They're not going to review this first ball. Head for a moment nearly got stumped just then. Bethel hit the stumps. I don't think they're going to review. Wow, we nearly just got out first ball, lads. We nearly just got out first ball with Bryden Cars, Carl. Bryden Cars. And now they're checking out upstairs for the potential of the run out. I'm claiming this is Bairstow. I'm claiming that this gives us the moral victory if this no, he's safe. Yeah, he's so close though. Close though, but his bat is down. Beautiful. But no, you know, that's what these streams are for, man. We're all just a bunch of lads just enjoying some cricket, enjoying the sport, having a bit of banter, you know, taking the piss. It's better to watch it with other people than watch it by yourself. And, you know, you do get the trimming of the community spirit where you're all just kind of enjoying regardless of who you do support. You sit back and just watch what we all love. But Travis Head will get off the mark. He'll get off the mark with a cheeky little twoozer. No, just a single they go for. They failed the attempted best. I'm taking the moral victory from them trying it. I'm taking it. So not only do we win the game, but we win the moral victory. Take that, England. That's what you really wanted, the moral victory. We just took it. That was going down leg side. That wasn't going to do. That wasn't going to be. That woke him up at least. Yeah, you need to wake up. Don't be complacent here, lads. 159 is an easy chase, but don't be silly now. Don't be silly. Don't be silly now. Just finish off the game, please. Don't be silly now. Is that a yellow canary? No Norwich fans here, son. And Weatherall will get off the mark too. He'll be on a single. We don't do ducks here, lads. What do you think this is, England? We don't do ducks. Robert says, Australia, man, why do they stress me like this? Don't worry, son. These guys are about to put on a 7 million partnership. We're just going to, even though the game's over after 159 runs, we're still going to keep on batting just for fun. We're just going to do it just for fun. Someone needs to cook up some snags, though. You don't want to trust the English with cooking up the snags. Dear me, we'll cook this. We'll get the Dragons. We'll get St. George Illawarra Dragons onto that. You know, they're the ones who know how to cook a barbecue. Okay, next bowl here from Cars. Double. 157 runs needed. Actually, I asked the English here, is it as big for you guys? Like, are you... I know the Americans love a big cook-up. But they love their brisket and all that, and brisket is good, but they love their brisket. Is barbecuing like such a strong thing in England as well? Like, would you punch on over who's going to cook the steak? Because we'll punch on over who's going to cook the steak. If you're like talking to an Australian and saying, let's have a barbecue, and you say, well, I'm going to cook, we're going to be like, you can shut your mouth, you're going to cook. Oh my gosh, another close ball, but it will go for 4. Brian Carson's got close, but also normality has resumed. He's getting up 6 runs here. Wow, they're really discussing every single ball here. Don't review it, England. Don't do it to yourselves. Don't do it to yourselves. Don't do... They're going to review this. They're going to review this. Oh, I've update the list too. Thank you, Robbo. I will do that. England are going to review... This is a very early review, and I don't think this is going to come to fruition for them. I think this is just going to be a nice little cheeky 4 here for the Aussies. And there we go. Yeah, you can't single leg buys where there's a potential review. And, yeah, it's off the bat, champion. It's off the bat, champ. Off the bat, champ. Ah. It's smashed. And it's not even leg buys. It's just straight up a 4 for Travis Head. Never an argument if it's a barbecue. I'm cooking. Yeah, but see, you're not the one cooking, Carl. We're the one cooking. Because the Aussies, we just know how to make the steak. We just know how to cook it to perfection, son. We just know how to make it. We are the ones who get it. Typical England review. Very typical England review there, Ben. At least they reviewed a genuine batter and not a night watchman twice and lost both. Chris says, I don't think you have anything to worry about. Mate, I'm stressing. I'm worried. I'm freaking out here. Freaking out. Freaking out here. Bryden Cass is bowling masterclass. Masterclass. Just without the masterclass. Normality has resumed. Great way for us to really appreciate what we've seen throughout the series. That's a boundary for Travis Head, and that's 10 off the first over from Bryden Cars. Normality has absolutely resumed here, ladies and gentlemen. This is a great way to summarise this series. Oh no, and Harrison's turned up, of course he does. What was Bethel's score? All I need to know, and I'm gone. Don't go, Harrison, please, no, please. You see the pin comment, by the way? Bethel's score, I think, was like 152 or something. So he didn't get above Travis Head, which is probably what you're asking for. But he did have a fantastic knock, mate. We really, he actually did well. He nearly got past it, but no, he's very good, mate. Very good. I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do in the future because he's obviously going to be a mainstay. Harrison, you got to say it, man. Like throughout this series, whilst you've been taking the piss out of the entire time, been a mainstay, mate. So get around you. Get around you. Tongue will now come in for a bowl against Jake Weatherald and England. I've already lost a review, just to really emphasise that one, lads. We've been here for 1 over and England have lost a review already. But yeah, I think he got, was it 152 or 154? Aaron says, why are you still watching Carl, man? 150 is class. Because Carl's a genuine fan. You know, like, for example, when it comes down to... for example, were you watching Chelsea at the 90th minute last night? Okay, England, this is ridiculous now. They're celebrating absolutely everything. This is getting ridiculous now. This is getting ridiculous. We've been here for 7 balls of the Australian innings, and we've seen England celebrate 4 times and lose a review. Robert says, reckon Usman will call us racist so he doesn't get to bat. You know what? I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if, say, these guys got to like 100 and we needed 50 runs to go. I would not be surprised if they then chucked in Usman Khawaja. I love cricket. And that's exactly why we love you, Carl, because regardless of the result, regardless of what happens, as long as you love the sport, you're watching. I get real ticked off when people go to a game, rugby league or sport in general, and they leave early because they know the result. Because it's like you came with the intention. That's going to be a boundary, I think, here. Sorry, it's freezing up a little bit here, my viewing. But you came with the intention to stay the entirety of the game. Oh, no, it's not going to be 4. It's going to be probably 2 runs, I would say. You came with the intention to be there for the entirety of the game. You came with the intention knowing that if it was a close game, you would have stayed. But you've got excuses to leave early now that the game is already over and whatnot. So I say, well, are you really that pure of a sport fan if you're leaving early? Are you really that pure of a sport fan? Yeah, I think that's going to be 2 runs there. Sorry, for some reason the viewing. Oh, we're going to get some extra runs. It was 2 runs, by the way. And now we're going to get another 2 here. Another 2. If these 2 put like 100 on for the opening partnership, Aussie probably could be in at 3. But if we still have many runs to get, we won't change the order. Yeah, no, I agree. It would be super funny though if we need like say 1 run, I'd throw away the wicket. I'd hit my own stumps. Hit my own stumps to get him in. Even though I disagree and I don't like the carry on, and I think his victimising and insulting our country is dog shit. With that being said, I still want to see him go out with an at bat. But that's a 4 there for Jake Weatherall, and this is getting ugly here, England. Chris, it's not over. There's still time for magic. There's still time for you to delete that comment. Have you enjoyed the streams though, Harrison, despite the fact that you've been a muppet? Have you still enjoyed the streams? Well, you're still here after 5 tests, I'm sure you have. I stood by the Broncos. Here we go. This is another victim story here. Stood by the Broncos even when they held that wooden spoon. So many so-called fans walked away until they started winning again. You victim. Oh, it's so hard being a Broncos fan. Oh, it's so difficult being a Brisbane Broncos fan. Oh my gosh. Oh, such a yeah, and you're right though. I'm going to take the piss out of you because I'm obviously not a fan of the Broncos, but you are right in what you're saying because there were a lot of piece of shit Broncos fans who did leave, and weren't there. But with that being said, I'm not going to hear a sad sob story about a Broncos fan. I'm not going to hear any sad sob stories about the Brisbane Broncos. I support the Gold Coast Titans, man. To be fair, though, you have won a spoon more recently than the Titans. So, listen, I'm going to take that. In 2025, look, it was a crazy year. I don't believe it happened. I think it was AI. Next bolt. It'll be a dot ball. But I did give you all fair due respect. Like, as you guys know with this channel, I will give respect when necessary. 3 years ago, I would never have given you respect. I would have hated last year. I would have sat through last year and I would have really, especially if I was going to every game still, it would have impacted me deeply. Last year would have been the toughest year of my life if I was still going to every single Titans game and then streaming and watching the Broncos win. Would have been the toughest year of my life, and I'll be honest with you. But I grew up and I can respect success now, and I'm okay with it. I'm not like I once was in that regards. If I was still like I was 3 years ago, last year would have been awful. And that's going to be a shot out the back there for a single for Travis Head. My heart bleeds for you, Wizard. Oh, Robbo, don't you start. You won a premiership, buddy, 15 years ago. You won a premiership 15 years ago, you cat. Should have been our premiership too. That was the best year of the Titans. That was in 2010. We got to the preliminary final. Should have been our premiership too, mate. Nah, we weren't good enough that year. Australia vs India Women's Internationals coming up. I will not be streaming, with all due respect, I will not be streaming the women's series. I stood by the Broncos even when they held that spoon. Have a listen to yourself. You're in a grand final 5 years prior. You're in a grand final 5 years prior to the spoon. And it's, look at me. I stood by. It was an amazing run through the finals and even a couple of games prior to. Yeah, well, because when Adam Reynolds and Ezra Mann went down late on in the year, we thought, season done. And it could have easily been season done, but obviously it didn't end up being that. And they ended up firing up for a good run home. But they got pretty lucky with the Raiders game. They got pretty lucky with it because Reece should have been sent off. He should have been. But with that being said, he came on and provided one of the masterclass. Like, well, Reece Walsh is 2025. People won't do it because they disrespect Reece Walsh because he's a knob. But Reece Walsh, bias aside, historically speaking, should go down with his back end of season form. His first half of the season was the worst. He was awful. Should have been, on his form alone, the first half of the season, plus his injury, on his form alone, the first half of the season should have been dropped. That's how bad he was. Second half of the season emulates Tom Trbojevic 2021, Ben Barber 2012, Jared Hayne 2009, James Tedesco 2019. But people won't give him the credit. I guarantee you, they won't give him the credit that is due. But when you talk about Trbojevic, when you talk about Ben Barber, when you talk about James Tedesco, when you talk about Jared Hayne, you now must talk about Reece Walsh in 2025. If anyone disagrees with me, please explain to me how I'm incorrect. He drank that toilet water and got superpowers at the back end of the year. Yeah, it did. He did. Raiders won twice and still lost. I kind of feel for the Green Machine, but they're not called the Faders for nothing. They should have had that game one, dude. They're up by 18 points. You know what would have been very, very interesting? If the Sharks had beaten the Storm in that prelim, that grand final would have been better than it was. That's top ball. It would have been. Because as you guys know, if you're watching my streams and videos and whatnot, middle way of the season, I said, I think Sharks play the Broncos in the grand... No, I didn't say I think Sharks play the Broncos in the grand final. I said I think Sharks-Broncos will be the finals match of the entire finals. I think that'd be the best game of the entire final series. And there were some great finals games. Panthers-Broncos was fantastic. Raiders-Broncos was obviously fantastic. Sharks... Was it Sharks Roosters? Sharks Raiders was pretty good. Anyway, point of the matter is I thought Sharks Broncos was the matchup. Because whilst the Broncos would have been favourites and they would have looked good going into it, I'm telling you the Sharks could have beaten them. The way that they play, we saw a fantastic game between the Sharks and Broncos at Suncorp at middle of the year. That's going to be a single there for Jake Weatherall. Actually, Carl, I'll ask you. I know you love your cricket. We'll definitely be doing our cricket streams this year. More cricket streams, a lot more. Will you have a little dabble at rugby league? Will you come and check out one of our regular season rugby league games to have a little bit of a dabble in it? Sharks vs Roosters was good. Sharks won that pretty convincingly. Is there a rugby league club World Cup? There's a rugby league. The rugby league World Cup is this year in Australia later on, but the rugby league club World Cup, the closest we've got to that would be Brisbane Broncos versus Hull KR, which happens mid-February. So the Super League team Hull KR take on the Brisbane Broncos. The winner of the Super League plays the winner of the NRL, and that's a good shot for a single. Travis Head on 11. Legs 11 for both Head and Weatherall right now. 139 runs to win. Well, at the very least, guys, we will get into the second session. We will get into the second session. Same thing goes for you, Chris. Are you going to kick on with some rugby league? Actually, Chris, you watch a bit of rugby league, don't you? Am I miss? You watch some rugby league, don't you? Why do I feel like you've been here for rugby league streams? Forgive me, I'm super tired this morning because of my content preparation last night. But that's a single there for Weatherall. Because I've never followed rugby league, mate. I would be the Harrison of a rugby league stream. No, bro, you would not be. Like I said, we get hundreds of people watching live, and sometimes thousands of people watching live. For like State of Origin, we had 2,400 live viewers throughout this last year for all three of the games. The grand final, we had like 2,400 watching live. And for our regular season games, we usually have a couple of hundred watching live. And depending on how the game's going, it'll improve. Trust me when I say, you won't be anywhere close to Harrison. And there are worse than Harrison. There are way worse than Harrison on our rugby league streams. And Harrison has been a real good, funny lad here for the cricket streams. But when it comes to rugby league, dude, the idiocy is through the roof. Through the roof. No, mate. Harrison he's normal. Like, and that's funny to say. He is normal compared to some of the stupid shit we see with rugby league. I get the line you're drawing there, though. Like, Harrison doesn't know anything about cricket. You don't know anything about rugby league. I get that line. Oh, swing miss. Golden Anime would make Harrison look like a saint. Golden Anime was hidden 4 years ago because he was racist. That's why he was hidden. Jeez, and glad that he was hidden because he's a Broncos fan. So last year would have been just torrential. Carl's a part of the stream now, so he has to be here for the rugby league season. He does. You got to be here, son. Got to be here. So stupid his level. I like football and sometimes F1. I wanted to get into F1. My dad was never a car racing fan. That's a single there for head to be on 12. Yeah, I would like to get to an F1 event, and then maybe that'll kickstart my sport of it. It's like with hockey, ice hockey. Until I went to a hockey game, I couldn't have given a shit about it. But then when you go, you get it. You get it. Same with baseball. And now I'm a massive Cubbies fan. Bring pots on for a bowl. Yeah, get it in. Chris says, but we don't get a competition where there are Southern Hemisphere teams and Northern Hemisphere club teams, like in football. Yeah, the best we get is trust me, you don't really want that, to be honest with you, but because the quality difference between the NRL and the Super League is worlds apart. But you do get the World Club Challenge, which is the winner of the Super League, the Hull KR, versus the winner of the NRL, which is the Brisbane Broncos. Previous years, it's been the Panthers, but the Panthers, they don't care about it. The World Club Challenge, and this is with all due respect, the World Club Challenge Australians don't give a shit about. English do give a shit about in the rugby league world. That's going to be a single for Travis Head. It'll be on 13. So you see the NRL teams that come over, if they win, it shows how poor the English team was on the basis that on a 27-game regular season of NRL, you implement the top four of the Super League into that 27-round season, and I'm telling you, they'll struggle to make the 8. I don't think they make the 8. Maybe the winner might be around the 8. But for the most part, like most of the teams in the Super League wouldn't even finish in the top 17. And there's 17 teams. That's the clear gap. But you can see the English team win that one game in the World Club Challenge. That's going to be a nice little shot there for a single for Weatherall to be on 12. You do see the one-off game sometimes go in the favour of England because they care about it because England's Super League is so disrespected compared to the NRL. It's like they need to play up for it, and we are playing over there in England. So that game is on at a good time for you guys in Hull. Robert says, if the NRL ends up purchasing the Super League, we might actually get a lot of Super League versus NRL. Yeah, that is a good point. You know, the NRL is considering buying the Super League. So for people who don't know, Peter Vlandis and Andrew Abdo have floated the idea, and I think they are currently in the process of purchasing the Super League because the Super League is such a poor product that they want to grow it. And I do think there is a huge world for growth in English cricket. Whoa, good bowl there from Cars. Dot ball. I think there is a huge world for growth in that country. I think if they can provide a better product, no one will ever take over football. But I do think rugby league can rise pretty dramatically. You cannot hate on what Peter Vlandis and Andrew Abdo are doing because it is growing in America. And I tell you that because I see it in my statistics. If you look at my analytics throughout an NRL season, last year alone, it rose by like 5% in regards to America. Now, that's big considering that we had, and that's 5% as a whole channel. 5% of all my views came from America. But previously, it'd be like 0.6. That's a 4.4% rise, something like that. I said this on my Instagram story. Something like that as a rise, .bull. So you are seeing growth in America, whether it be from gambling or whatnot, who cares? You are seeing it through our Vegas games. I promise you, it will grow in England. The only issue is I thought that being in Asia, the time zone for the Super League would be really good. It's actually at 3 a.m. in the morning for mine. So I don't know if I'm going to be able to cover the Super League while in Asia. Football said, good point for you today. Good point for me today. Good point for me today. What are we doing? Good point for me today. What are we doing? Oh, are you talking about Man City? Oh, sorry, I was in rugby league mine and obviously watching the cricket. Yeah, look, it's not fantastic, mate. Not fantastic. I was up extremely late last night doing prep work for here, so my brain's all over the shop. I only got a coffee into me a good 20 minutes ago. So, forgive, but yeah, not the most fantastic. Actually, how did Arsenal do? Did Arsenal play this tomorrow? Oh, no, they play Liverpool tomorrow. Oh, well, the rest of the Premier League really need Liverpool to win that. Really need them. Chris says, interesting, I might come and look. Who are the big Oz teams? Shut up, Shauno. Get off it, Shauno. Don't get him on the aggressive Bulldog wagon. Chris, who are you? Oh, you're a United fan. That would trend to be Broncos, but then again, Broncos were successful this year. Well, it depends on the context. Like, Roosters are a big team, Sydney Roosters. They're based in Bondi. They're literally right next door to this stadium. So the SCG is right next door to Allianz Stadium. Sundo here is a Roosters fan. The Roosters are a big team. They're a successful team over years. Haven't won since 2019, but they went back-to-back in 2018 and 2019. And they should have a good year this year, actually. They should have a good year in 2026 with a new signing of Cherry Evans and they've got Sammy Walker and Tedesco, who won the Dally M last year. Dally M is like our Best Player of the Year award. James Tedesco, their fullback, won it. So there is that. The Gold Coast Titans are the greatest team that has ever existed. They've won about 40 premierships in their illustrious 40-year history. They come obviously from the greatest city in Australia on the beach. And you know, they're just absolutely phenomenal, and you'll be excited watching every single game. You always know what you're going to get with the Titans. You just always know what you're going to get. So if you were going to support a team, I'd probably suggest maybe the Gold Coast Titans. And then if you want to support a team that lives by Sewerage River, where there is a kiddie piss pool as their main established landmark in Brisbane, you'd take on the Broncos. Yeah. Or if you don't have any teeth, maybe the Panthers or the Rabbitohs could be up your alley. Maybe. There are 8 teams in Sydney, and yet we are still named the Sydney Roosters, yeah. Yeah, but it's the South Sydney Rabbitohs who aren't even South Sydney. Yeah, that's going to be a single there for Travis Head. We'll get a 15. So Australia require 132 runs here. Muted on your end? Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, on your end. That's great, Robbo. You've done something smart there. Robbo, well done, mate. That is spectacular stuff, because I'm not going to time you out for that because you said muted on my end. No, that's not good, Robbo. You don't need to retract that. Muted on my end. That gave you the protection. That gave you the protection. If you wanted to support a team, an older team, that is on the brink of retirement but can throw a good cheeky barbecue, the Dragons is for you. Robbo knows all about that. It's going to be a dot ball. That wasn't a catch opportunity, was it? I don't think that was a catch opportunity, was it? Oh, that's definitely a catch opportunity. Oh, he should have caught that. Tough one, but he should have caught that. Oh, it's off of the leg anyway, doesn't matter. Oh, no, it would have been. Thought you would have timed me out for my Titans coming for. Oh, here we go. What do you say? Imagine if we do get Super League versus the NRL, Titans might actually win a few. You can have a 1-minuter. You can have a 1-minuter. Carl said, played American football at uni, so I followed that for a while, but the time difference gets in the way since I've had kids. Yeah, time difference for the NFL is brutal for you. It's great for us. It's great for us, though. Yeah, Robo does talk too much. Bet get into him. We do get Super League versus NRL. No, but Thunder, they're suggesting like a larger Super League versus the NRL. I really want that American League to kick off, man. You know, they've been threatening it for a while. I really want it. I would 100% put my hand up to say I'll commentate for you. And I'd obviously do it a lot more professionally than what we do here, but I would absolutely want to do things with the American League because there has been word for a long time about the LA and Jacksonville and all that. Obviously, I'd want Chicago to have a team because that's my city, but I would really want to help grow the game in America. I'd be a massive fan of trying to get around the promotion there. Santa says the Gold Coast Titans were the last team to win on home soil, I believe. Yeah, well, it's just further proof that like if you're from overseas and you're trying to figure out a team to go for the in the NRL, the Gold Coast Titans is obviously the one. They don't lose much. You're always very consistent with what you know you're going to get. They love to attack. Geez, they're a good attacking team. And they just know how to win, really. And the last team to win on home soil in the World Club Challenge was the Titans. And I think that was in the midst of their 3 championships in a row they won, which was pretty good. So, yeah, look, it's pretty good going. And then not only do you have the rugby league, but you also live in a beautiful beach. You got Coolangatta, you got Burleigh, you got even shit beaches are beautiful beaches in the eyes of the world, like Surfers Paradise. So, there's just no way around it. There's just no way around it, really. You just know the Americans will pump it up full of ads and overcharge. You're right, but I'd love to have a lot to do with it. You guys know I'm a big fan of America. I do really, I appreciate what America is and respect the grittiness of it. I'd love to be involved with something like that. Ibra also Cowboys from a Cows fan. Yeah, but Ben lives in Adelaide, so you don't trust him. Shatish's morning, everyone. The Barbados guy was pretty good, I must say. He scored almost half of the total runs. Look, Barbados has done pretty well here. Unfortunately, New Zealand had a bit of a struggle in this test. Only got 1 run through both innings. South Africa, 16 runs with 3.1, but South Africa has the second most wicket taken throughout this series so far. 29 runs in 6.1 overs. This is Test cricket. They don't care about ending it soon. They know it'll come at some point. I'm looking forward to seeing Para this year. I think that might be the first time I've ever heard that sentence said. I'm looking forward to seeing Para this year. You have 17 teams in the competition, and your first thought is, I'm looking forward to seeing Para this year. That might be the first time I've ever heard those words uttered by anyone, especially not a Para fan. I do get what you mean, though. I do get what you mean, because Mitchell Moses should have a good year, provided he stays injury-free. But I would never say the words, I'm looking forward to seeing Para this year. Oh, dear. For context, for the Premier League fans, that'd be like saying, 1 second, that's going to be a shot for 4 from Jake Weatherall. Good shot, he's on 16. He's on 16. For context, that'd be like saying, I'm looking forward to seeing Burnley this year. Because, they are the Tottenham of the Premier League, but Tottenham can still play. No, it would be like saying I'm looking forward to seeing Tottenham, but Tottenham do have... Oh, yeah. I'd say it's like looking forward to seeing Burnley. But no, it would be Tottenham. Ibrahim says, fun fact, Titans haven't lost a game and haven't conceded a point this year. Correct, Ibrahim. And this is the thing that we're trying to say. If you're thinking about becoming a fan of a team, Titans haven't lost a game this year. haven't conceded a point this year. You know, like that's pretty spectacular stuff. It's a really special thing to be talking about. They're half celebrating. They're not going to get a wicket here. You can shut your mouth and bowl again. How about that? You can shut your mouth and you can bowl again. I didn't hear nothing. You didn't hear nothing. Are they going to review this? Yeah, review it for me, sweetheart. Review it for me, sweetheart. Good boy. Good boy, Ben Stokes. Good boy. I didn't hear anything here. How long can we see Lomax and Putt back in the NRL? Well, Lomax is currently in a lawsuit with the Eels because he's a clown. But he's currently in a legal battle with the Eels because the Storm apparently want to sign him. And the Eels are saying, well, you signed him 2029 and you can't go anywhere except for the Eels until 2029. I don't know if this hits, son. I don't think this hits. Good boy, Stokes. Good boy. Football Masters, what you're saying is Para get battered everywhere they go. Para get battered everywhere they go. Is that a spike? I don't know if that's a spike though, lads. Is that a spike though? It's like a murmur, but is that a spike? I know there's movement, but is that a spike? It could be his foot on the ground kind of deal. There's no like spike, it's like a little murmur. I don't know. Like I know there's yeah, they're going to start with the on-field call. The English might complain about that, but there's no spike. Like it's not a spike, lads. It's not a spike. It's like movement, but it's not a... Shut your mouth, Ben Stokes, you whinging bitch, bro. Dead set, this guy just whinges... and Class, get off it. It's not a spike. Like, there is movement that could be clearly said as, like, maybe it's his boot going across the ground, or maybe it's something... Like, it wasn't a spike. Yeah, noise of his foot dragging, Carl. I agree. Like, Bryden Carr screaming at the umpire. One, it wasn't the umpire. It wasn't the umpire, it was the third umpire who's decided with that. And now Ben Stokes is whinging. I don't understand. Like, you can't be this animated. This is such typical England cricket team. Why are you so adamant that that is 100% a wicket? There is movement on it, but it's not a spike. It's like a drag. As Carl has said here, noise of his foot dragging. It's like a noise of a foot dragging or something. Like it doesn't... It wasn't a noise of a ball going and hitting a bat. Another Snicko issue. But no, it's not a Snicko issue, Chris, because the right call has been made. Yeah, look at your car. Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth and bowl again, princess. Shut your mouth. Look at him go. Look at him cry. Look at him cry. I love it. I love it, Kras. Why don't you go back to Johannesburg, son? I love it, baby. Cry for me, Argentina. Cry for me. This team is full of shit, bro. You are going to lose 4-1, and we're going to be happy about it because you've got idiots like this who don't understand why that call was made. It's umpire's call. How can you blame the umpire for something that didn't look like a spike, looks like a bit of a murmur, which could have been a foot dragging? I didn't hear anything. The commentary didn't hear anything. We were surprised they even reviewed it. Ben Stokes wasn't even 100% guaranteed he heard anything. So if Ben Stokes hadn't even guaranteed that he'd heard anything beforehand, but he went with the review... One, they were kind of just throwing it around and having a crack. You get that one into your Bryden cast. That's going to be a single. So you're not 100% confirmed that there is the hit here. Look at him still yapping. Look at him still yapping. Look at him still yapping. You're a piece. Shut your mouth, Cars. Shut your mouth. There's a reason why you've given up the most runs in this series. You absolute waste of space. Settle down. Dead set. Have a look at the guy. Well, at least we've got some controversy in this series, but there is no controversy with that. How can you blame the umpire for something nobody heard except for the English team who thinks that they probably heard it? They think they've probably heard something. This reaction is just despicable from England. Like this crying is incredible stuff. My gosh, there's a reason why you've given up so many damn well runs this series, Bryden Cars. Have a look at yourself. Have a look at yourself. Regardless of frustration, how have you then gotten... Ben Stokes has gone up and had a crack at the umpire. Hold on, I want to hear what they're saying here. It was good of Ben Stokes to push Cast away, though. He needed to do that. I want to hear what what Stokes was saying, though. Cast... What are they saying? This is such sookery. This is just sooking here from England. This is really sooking. It's a drinks break, by the way, guys. See that thumbs up button, subscribe. This is a real sour way to end this with the way that they've carried on here. It's a real sour way. Real sour way to see. Nip, I've seen enough. Test null and void. Moral victory for England. Chris, take off your England perspective. From a neutral perspective, would you have called that an overturnable murmur on the Snicko? Because I don't believe, and if I thought it was enough for an overturn, I would say it. But I don't believe that is enough. It looks like it's a boot dragging. Can you believe it? Cast's even more annoying than Harris in the moment. Really stupid. And then Ben Stokes having a crack at the umpire. How can you blame the umpire for not picking up on a murmur that may not even be the ball hitting the bat because it didn't look like the ball hit the bat? He's talking smack to the player as well, not the umpire. Why are you blaming anyone, Gus? I think it's probably because he realises he's had such a shit series with the ball. Yeah, sure, he's technically got wickets, but... That's it. I'd love to see the English reaction. I'd love to see I want to see what... I'd love to see it. I'd love to see the English reaction. Someone's tagged me in their story on Instagram. Hold on. I'm 19's Orange Titans young and halfback Zane Harrison will answer your questions. Get around, Zana. It's umpire's call. But do you disagree with the umpire's call? I don't know how they disagree so vehemently with it. Tannen says, I don't believe it's enough for an overturn at all. However, the Snicko is shite, so I get why it's not trusted by either team. Fair enough. That's a great comment. I like it. But do you guys agree? Yeah, I'm glad that you agree, though, that it's like it's not a spike. It's not like showing that the ball is hitting. If anything, it's probably showing it is his boot on the ground. Chuck says, am I the only one here who is here to keep up with the score? The only one who can't watch by any other means? Chuck, we've got, Shauno from who lives in Thailand. He does the same thing. There's quite a few people who do that. Nice is what a castle. Now, we have a few who do. That's why, Chuck, that's why we have the rule here on the channel where you can't ruin it, because it's not actually necessarily for me. It's for people like you who are listening to my commentary and listening to the score and watching the score and whatnot through not having a means to watch the game, and you don't want it to be ruined in the chat. That's why we have that rule. If it was given out, it probably wouldn't have been overturned. It just proves why Snicko must come back ASAP. If it was given out, it would have been out. If it was given not out, it would have been not out. Jason says, same old Aussies always cheating. Same old Aussies always winning, Jason. Give me a reason why that was not correct. Give me a reason why that was not correct. I'll be here to conversate with you. I love to listen to your opinion. If you can give me an opinion that makes sense about why that should have been overturned, I'll give it to you. If he calls that it is out, it is out. If he calls that it's not out, it's not out. But the issue is it's a murmur, it's not a spike. And I know that you know this. So if you can give me a valid reasoning and argument and something that can tell me that I'm wrong, I'm happy to hear it, mate. And I'll tell you that was the wrong call. But I will 100% say that is the right call, just like you should be staying in your crease. It's just as simple as that. But same old Aussies, always winning, baby. Cry some more for me. Carl says, apart from it not making any noise, England not being sure of it, no spike. It looked very out. And that's going to be a shot for a 4 there from Jake Weatherald. We'll get to 21. Harrison, we can safely say we would have won this series if it wasn't for Snicko. Tadded says, Ultra Edge for Oz cricket soon. The Ultra Edge is what I love, but India complains. Chris says, if in doubt, side with the bat. That's the rule, isn't it? Well, that's what they've done. But they've just gone with the umpire's call. And you can't blame the umpire for having that call. You know, England weren't even guaranteed. It took to the last second. They didn't review it immediately. It took to the last second of the DRS for them to review it. They weren't 100% convinced, but they thought, let's throw something at this. There's a potential here. They retained their review, by the way. But they throw something at it last second to try and get it. They thought they heard something. Well, they did hear something. There was a murmur that we saw on the Snicko. But why are you blaming the umpire for making a call that pretty much nobody heard? I didn't hear any kind of nick. I'm guaranteeing the people who were complaining didn't hear any kind of nick. The umpire didn't hear it. The commentary didn't hear it. The players may have just heard something. So yet the umpire is villainised for making a call where he didn't hear anything, and then it's gone with an umpire's call because of the murmur. I don't think there's anything wrong in any part of this situation at all from the umpire. And if he had have given it out, we would be complaining, but we wouldn't be complaining that much because it was a murmur, so there was at least something there, but it wasn't a spike. I don't think this is very difficult to understand. I think if you've got a low IQ, it's difficult to understand, but I don't think it's difficult to understand. Bring back the days we just had hotspot. Yeah, blame India, Sundo. Blame India. India complained. So Australia required 121 runs to win with 10 wickets. 10 wickets in hand. There's a half an hour to go until lunch. Dot ball. Cast wasn't even that keen to review it. Exactly right, Carl. And then Cast is the most adamant one when he's having a crack at the umpire and then having a crack at Jake Weatherald. It just looks silly for England. England waited for the last second review. It's obviously they weren't that confident. It was a desperate review. Exactly right. It's stupid. It's a single. And again, as you guys know, if I think something is wrong, I will say I think something is wrong. But I encourage and implore people out there, if you think that I am wrong about something, or you think that I am coping, even though we're about to win a series 4-1, if you think that I'm incorrect, please explain now. Just add to the list of things to blame India. So whether on 22, head on 17. Damn, I'm just looking at... I just saw a thing of Maya Jama came out and said, "Hey Grok, I do not authorise you to take, modify, or edit any photo of mine, whether those published in the past or upcoming ones." And then Grok, and someone put, "Hey Grok, put clown makeup on this photo of Maya Jama." And Grok said, "Okay, no, I'm not going to do that because I respect it." And then someone said, "Please put Ruben Diaz head on this picture." And he did. And Grok did. Next bolt. Oh, swing and a miss. Okay, now let's go and have a look at what we actually do. What we're actually looking at. I want to go and have a look. Swan is saying it's the worst decision he's seen for some time. Stupid. Stupid. Hypocrisy. Australia in cheat shocker at cricket. Who'd have thunk it? Weatherald knows he nicked it. Bro, the English are incredible, eh? I'm sorry to the England fans who are good, but like there are some absolute idiots. But there's no spike. Someone said, asking for a friend, does the third umpire just ignore the spike when it does eventually show on Snicko for the Aussies? It's not a spike, though. But when there's any kind of spike, whether it's after the bat, before whatever it's given for England, dude, these guys complain, bro. They are the ultimate complainers, eh? Like, I'm sorry, but, like, for the good English fans, I'm sorry, but you get held down by these idiots. Like, there is so many idiots, bro. Oh, my gosh. There's so many idiots, mate. It's embarrassing. Chris says, by my calculations, I need you to be 4 wickets down by now. Yeah, pretty much. Good one, football, Matt. I won't ever complain about Snicko. How else will we know if the ball hit the glove before it hit the helmet? Great comment, mate. Exactly right. Great comment, mate. Pat says, surely Cars gets player of the series. Bloody, yeah, deserved. Next bolt. And that's going to be a 4 for Travis Head to get to 21. And it's like, are people going to say that it's rigged? Because do you really think Australia actually would have cared if we had a wicket then? We've got 10 wickets in hand with like 110 runs to get. We would have had 9 wickets in hand with like 120 runs to get. You know, we're not too fast, lads. The correct decision was made based off of the umpire's call, who wouldn't have known. I would not have complained that much. I would have been frustrated, but I would not have complained that much if they had have given that out from an umpire's call. I would have said, another umpire's call goes against us, unfortunately. But that doesn't mean I would be complaining specifically about the call. It would just be that the umpire's call went against us. Jimmy James says, if England were given out on a call like that, I'd say straight that was a bad call. And I know I would be agreeing with the English fans because they would be screaming not out. I would say straight that was a bad call. Correct. But this is the difference. And I think it does come down to the fact of success to lack of success. When you're lacking success, you need things to go in your favour and you really want to kind of push that narrative to... It's so frustrating to not get a result in your favour that you'll say stupid shit just to try and force that result in your favour kind of deal, or feel like you're the victims of the world and you're hard done by. But when you're winners and you're successful, like Australia is, you don't need to push that, because that's going to be another 4 here for Jake Weatherall. We'll get to 26. You don't need to push that narrative. You don't need to push that. You can be realistic. You can look at it and say, well, no, this isn't cricket. That's not exactly correct, because you know you're going to win, or you know you've won, you know you've got that backing kind of deal. So I think this is out of pure frustration of England. Like, they're going to take the moral victory of the series now because of this. Like, truly, they'll do it. I promise you. There will be English out there who will say, we're going to take the moral victory of the series now because Jake Weatherall should have been out and it should have been 9 for chasing 120 after they'd lost the series 3-1 already. Like, they'll do it, I promise you. Zedog sees a flat line on Snicko, it's a spike. But that's the thing, like, it's flat, and then there is a murmur, but it's not a spike. And it's like, there is still continued noise after that ball. By the way, people aren't looking at this. It's not like it was just flat, murmur, flat. It was flat, murmur, little bit of something. So it's not like, and not like a little bit of something from the ball, flat, murmur, and then like other little things happening. So how are people ignoring this afterwards? If it was flat, murmur, flat, that is a perfect example of the ball has touched the bat. And there's a 50-run partnership there for the Aussies. They get up to 51. At least when we cheat, Stuart Broad does it in style by not walking to the most obvious edge you've ever seen. That was funny then. However, this today is where I draw the line and say the sport is gone. Sport's gone, mate. It would have been ump's call, even if you have a review, rules are rules. They don't get it. I know these lot are taking the piss, but there are people who genuinely believe this dribble. And it's going to be a single for Travis Head. I think they'll only get with a single. Could have been a fart, Wizard was. It really could have been. There's no cheating going on here. You did all in the first 3 tests. You guys, you need help. There is 20 minutes to go here until the lunch break. At least now England can take their little moral victory. Oh, Weatherall slaps Bethel out the back for a cheeky little Forza. Boundary. Boundary. Uzi might come in next. I wouldn't be surprised. I would not be surprised. So Jacob Bethel is giving up 7 runs here on this over. And he will give up 8 runs. That'll be a single. Might even be 2. No, probably a single. Let's see some more of the English crying comments. Same old Aussies, always cheating. How can the third umpire make 2 opposite decisions from the same scenario? England batsman out, Aussie batsman out. Oh my gosh, they're so stupid. They're so stupid, bro. Oh my gosh, they're so stupid. Spirit of cricket not extending to accepting the umpire's decision. That's a great comment, to be fair. Smart hitting from Weatherall. No, this is great. This is great stuff here from both these openers. Uh, 4-1 with no Hazelwood, Cummins, Lyon, no Smith for the series clincher is genuinely embarrassing for the saviours of Test cricket. Saviours of Test cricket. And 20 minutes left here. Saviours of Test cricket. It's funny because that's what they were calling themselves. Now, we want to see it. Absolutely no problem with being pissed off and some rubbish technology and umpires making it up as they go along. Not saying we've played our best. Rattled me in the dumb fuck IQ of a lot of the fan base. That does rattle me. So you have successfully, officially rattled me. What just happened? It just like briefly cut out. Come in the chat, guys. Just let us know that we are still cracking on here. Because my computer just went into like a meltdown. This is 18 minutes to go until lunch. The computer just went into an absolute meltdown. Travis hasn't done enough to keep him in the Ashes team. I don't want to see him in England. And now we are. Yeah, sweet. Yeah, for some reason, I don't know what happened, lads, but we just briefly cut out. Oh, Travis Head's gone on 29. Caught by Cars, bowled by Tongue. Will we see Usman Khawaja? No, we're going to see Marnus. We're going to see Marnus. So 1 for 62. But Travis Head will top score this test regardless. So Labuschagne coming in. 98 runs needed for the Aussies. That's racist. Dear me. Target of 160. We only need 98 more runs. Give me 1 second here, guys. I'll be literally like a minute. Thumbs up, subscribe. He's just coming out to bat. All right. Marnus Labuschagne. I guess if you get 3 wickets before the break, you're in the game, lads. If you get 3 wickets and force us to 4 for 62, you're in the game. So I've got to reply to an idiotic Best Sport 2.0 message right now. If you've been here on the streams, you know what I'm replying to. There we go. There we go. Yeah, my computer's struggling at the moment. Everything's seeming to struggle as we currently speak. Oh, I need to go to live chat as well, rather than top chat. Do we reckon England could get another wicket before lunch? Do we reckon they can do it? Panama? What about Panama? So Josh Tongue is bowling. He's been very good for England in the 2 games that he has played, with Jofra Archer being out. I'm just waiting for some England fans to say that because Jofra Archer's been out, that's why they haven't won. But they did actually win with Jofra Archer out. I'm just waiting for an excuse. I'm waiting for the excuse from some English fans of just, because Archer was out. It's like, it's not like we're without Hazelwood, Cummins, Nathan Lyon. If Stokes can't bowl, wouldn't it be better to have a fit fielder on the pitch? It would be better for him to not be on the pitch, yes. He is clearly injured. He got out for a duck. Oh, he got out for 1, sorry. He actually got out for a duck when he wasn't injured, and then got out for 1 when he was injured. So he got more runs when he was injured. And yes, he can't bowl. So I do think that Stokes should be off the field right now. Get Ollie Pope on. We need to see Ollie Pope in. The legend. The legend. Okay, let's see what the Barmy Army has had to say here. Yeah, people are saying it's his foot dragging, hence no spike. Took the Poms 14 seconds to review. They had no idea either. Someone said, surely you have better bowlers than this, Peanut. Oh, dude. Act tough when the series is over, champ. Dead set. Like, the whinging is incredible. Unlucky there by South Africa. Oh, man. No, it's like an abductor injury. And that's going to be a single? Yeah, single there for Weatherald. Yeah, clearly the umpires received the Harley Davidsons we sent them. Are they still going off, Robbo? Are they still going off about the in the English in the English streams? Maybe when they settle down and actually go back and have a look at it afterwards, they'll calm down and realise the stupidity. Next bolt. And that's going to be a dot ball. Yeah, you got to find something to whinge about after losing the Ashes 4-1. Great comment. Yeah, someone said, how would that be out? Show me where the clear spike is. There is no clear spike. Quality content. Are you taking a piece out of me, or are you saying in regards to the English fans on TikTok right now? Next bowl here from Bethel. Double. I love how pissed they are, considering they don't care. It's not even their national sport. Yeah. It's a great comment. Yeah. Well, it is their national sport, actually, Wizard of Oz. It is. Just like cricket is our national sport. Doesn't mean it's our number 1 and most popular, but it is their national sport. Football's not their national sport. Let's go back to have a look at the crying on Twitter. English fans on TikTok. Yeah, I can't wait to see it. Snicker decisions are getting weird now. No, you're just an idiot. Some of the umpires' call ball clipping has been staggering in the series. How can you blame umpires' call? Snicker is about as accurate as Zach Crawley's judgment of a leave and as inconsistent. This was Ben Stokes' dismissal. Snicker shouldn't be used. This was Ben Stokes' dismissal. But this is... You can hear it. You can see on this... Oh, my God. Oh, they've rattled me. They've rattled me. They've rattled me with their stupidity. They have. They've rattled me. They've rattled me. We've got someone complaining about Ben Stokes with his snicko. There's a literal massive spike on the... Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, they're painful. They're really painful, lads. They are painful. They are so painful to have to listen to. We've got some clown here. It's R. Sharma, so he's not even damn well from England for starters. He's bloody Indian supporting England. And we've got this clown saying Snicko shouldn't be used. This was Ben Stokes' dismissal, and it's flat into a massive spike. Like, you got to be shitting me. You're off your rocker, lads. You've got to be off your rocker at this point. That's so painful. Oh, stay strong, stay strong. Skeletal Sons is exactly these professional cricketers pretending a murmur is out when they know the wind resistance between the bat and the ball causes it. That's why it needs a spike to be out. But it's like, they're not even just complaining about that, though, Skeletal Son. They're also complaining that the umpire called it out. It took England 14 seconds to claim that they heard something. They weren't convinced they heard anything. No one was. I didn't hear anything. You guys didn't hear anything. The umpires didn't hear anything. The players barely thought they maybe heard something. It took them 14 seconds to call it. Why are you upset at the umpire saying umpires? Why are you upset at the umpire saying not out when you didn't even know it was out? And then because of a murmur that you see that isn't even just individual as the ball goes past the bat, it's flat murmur and then still some noise here. So that is suggesting that there's something else at play that is creating the noise. There's so much here that goes against the argument, and yet they're still, and this is the problem, isn't that they, are taking the piss here, or they're trolling, or they're having a laugh at the expense of it. They're not doing that. They're genuinely arguing that this is a wicket and they've been rigged and robbed and Australia is cheating. You're just like, you are a moron. You are a straight up moron when it comes to this. Because not only are you complaining about something that is just diabolically stupid to blame the umpire here, but you're also complaining about not overturning a murmur. Not a spike, a murmur. A Burma Myanmar murmur. It's unbelievable stuff. For gosh sake. I'll roll you a joint, mate. Mate, get me bloody 7 of them. 7. I'm not going to read any more of the comments. I can't do it. Jason said I heard it clearly. Yeah, but that's because you've got the IQ of a potato, Jason. So you hear all kinds of things throughout your life. Draz says Ben Stokes is an elite cricketer, but gosh, he's an absolute dog at times. Draz says, I'll be honest, I do think Jake was it, but the carry-on from Cars... What? No, please don't tell me I've just read that you thought that was hit. Oh, Daraz, please explain to me how you think that was hit. Please explain to me, dude. Please explain to me. Come on. Be real, man. The difference right now is that this is an Australian saying this and not an Englishman. That's why I'm replying so disappointed. There's no way you've just said that you think that was hit. Oh, you've missed the most controversial moment of the entire Ashes, Lachlan. You've missed the most controversial. You wait till you go online and you see the English saying that they've been robbed. Incredible stuff. It's the most. It's just dumb. That's a 4. That's a 4 for Labuschagne. Was it like the noise we both heard with the last ball yesterday? A noise? No, the last ball yesterday, I thought that was less, to be fair. But no, this wasn't like a noise. There was no noise. It was like a slight little murmur. There wasn't any kind of divot in the snicko. It wasn't a spike. It was flat into a tiny little, like a consistent one as well. Not like a bang and then done. You know what I mean? Football Mad says, no, he clearly edged it. We knew he edged it, but it took 14 seconds to discuss if the ball possibly hit the glove before it hit the helmet. But did the ball hit the glove before the helmet, though, Football Mad? That's all I'm asking. It's just a simple question. Did the ball hit the glove before the helmet?
Did the ball hit the glove before the helmet, even though it wasn't caught anyway because it didn't carry? I think everyone respects Stokes, but I hate him, and I think he carries on and cries like a muppet. I think he's lost a lot of the shine in the last couple of matches. I think the early part of this series, I think everyone respected, but I think the later part, the longer the series has gone on, the less respect a lot of people have had. I heard that last ball yesterday. I heard nothing at all today. Exactly right, Wizard of Oz. You heard something, but I'm okay with it because it didn't show anything on Snicko. Probably showed a murmur. Clowns. Jason says, I heard it clearly and I'm 6,000 miles away. Again, though, that's because you're watching this game with the IQ of a toaster, as we've explained, right? So that is why. I agree. I reckon you've heard a massive edge. I think you've seen a spike of about maybe 7,000 miles, as you've said, 6,000 miles. I think you've seen that spike. I think the spike in your mind was actually as big as Australia to England in a gap distance, absolutely. But that is unfortunately because you do have the IQ of a toaster. Yes. If umpire gave it out, then I'd be a bit more considerate. If umpire gave it out, I'd be okay with it being out because at least there is a murmur. But if the umpire gave it out, we wouldn't be complaining anywhere near as much as the English are complaining with it being not out. I'd be like, this is what and I think most people would be able to understand this if you've watched the consistency of the streams. I'd be frustrated in the umpire's call. I'd understand the umpire's call, but I'd be frustrated that it was an umpire's call. We've actually benefited from the umpire's call quite a bit in this test. Test 4, Test 3, Test 2, we didn't benefit much from the umpire's call. This test, we absolutely have benefited from umpire's call. That's going to be a dot ball. We've benefited quite a bit from it this test. But I would have been frustrated that the umpire had have given it out when it was a murmur and no one really heard anything. But I don't think anybody would have actually been genuinely complaining. Football Mad says, I know Australia have cheated this series, and I know we would have won this series 5-0 if it wasn't for Snicko, but did the ball hit the glove before it hit the helmet is what I need. That's all I need to know, though, Football Mad. That's all I need to know. That's all I need to know. Bro tried to bash the ump. Oh, man. Do you agree with me on the basis of me saying Stokes shouldn't be touching the umpire even if it's a polite hand on the shoulder? I feel it's a low-key aggressive... it's microaggression. It's like what he did with Labuschagne, right? And originally I thought the Labuschagne one was him just putting his hand around the back of his neck and just having a chat with him. But it wasn't. Like, he was grabbing the back of his neck. It's a sign of intent. It is microaggression where you're not physically getting into like a full-on confrontation, but it's like trying to be the big dog of the situation where you're putting your arm around and saying, listen here, son, you've done this wrong. That's kind of the intent behind what Stokes is doing with that, and it's a consistent thing with what he's done here with the umpire. Like, he's saying, you've got that wrong, that's on you. It's not on him. Like, the umpire has not done anything wrong at all. Not a single thing wrong there. Joe says, okay, Football Mad. Yeah, Football Mad's just taking a piss now, man. He's just taking a piss out of me with my constant referral of when people were talking about Snicko as a joke, and I would just reply. It was always Chris. Chris would come in and talk about Snicko, and I'd say, did the ball touch the glove before the helmet? He's a ginger, was bullied as a kid, knows no other way. Facts. Carl says, if the umpire would have given it out, it wouldn't have been reviewed, whether it would clearly hit the leather off of it. Carl, don't do this to yourself. Carl, I've already got multiple comments of you agreeing that the ball clearly wasn't it. Love a Mars bar. Don't mind a Mars bar. Don't mind a Mars bar. This will be the final over of the session, by the way. Final over of the session coming on up. And it will be dot ball. Well, how would it be an Ashes series without the controversy that has been today? How would it be an Ashes series without this absolute shithousery of controversy? The whole world's blown up. The world's ending, lads. The world's over. It's over. We've finished. We've finished, lads. It's over. Australia require 89 runs to win, but just a bunch of cheaters, we are. Bunch of cheaters. Can't touch the umpire when you're disagreeing with them. Can't actually touch the umpire when you're agreeing with them. Look at the NRL. You touch the ump at any stage, you're gone. So Weatherall's still in there on 34. You know what? It is still funny that the guy that they're complaining about is the one who's still in there. Ah, dude. Cheers for the watch-alongs, man. It's been a good series. Appreciate you warming. We're going to do a lot more cricket this year, mate. A lot more cricket. I do prefer Test cricket, though, so I'm not huge with the T20s, but we will do the T20 World Cup. That'll be fun. And we do have some other series. I'll do all Australian games in all formats. All Australian games in all formats. We'll do a lot of the T20, but yeah, Lagus, I reckon we won today because of some sandpaper, probably. Bunch of cheats we had. Nah, we love a good sandpaper. You know, England, they tried to bring some mints out, but we said, no, listen, we'll carry the sandpaper. But no, a bunch of cheaters, mate. Carlos, I bet Cars eats a Mars bar upside down just to feel the veins. Welcome back to a pinned comment, Carl. Welcome back to a pinned comment there, son. $89 runs to win. This is the final over before lunch. We are only going to get to the early part of, middle part of the second session. That could be gone. I think he's out. Yeah, Jake Weatherall is out. Well, that could be the end of the session there. That could be the end. I think that is the end of the session there. So Jake Weatherall is out. 2 wickets down. 89 runs to win. Yeah, just before lunch there. Just before lunch. All right, well, there you go, guys. We are on to lunch. Well, this gives England maybe a little bit of a sniff. It gives them a little bit of maybe potentially something could be happening here. I don't think so, but at the end, yeah, it's a wicket, Chuck. It is a wicket. Jake Weatherall goes down on 34, so Australia 89 runs to win. They've still got 8 wickets at hand. Steve Smith will come out now. They're not going to be bringing out Usman Khawaja, that's for sure. Guys, we're going to be back in 40 minutes' time. And look, England may have a little bit of a sniff now with 2 quick little wickets there of Travis Head and Jake Weatherall. Obviously, guys, hit that like button, subscribe if you're new around here. We will be back very, very soon, as that will probably be the last, well, it definitely will be the last session, whether it is England find a way to win or Australia find a way to win, which we are very confidently going to win. Regardless, the second session will be the be-all and tell-all. But, all right, guys, I'll see you soon. All right, guys, let's go. Let's finish it up here. Session 2 is either going to be England win the game or Australia win the game. It's coming down to this session. We're either seeing 89 runs from Australia or we're seeing a miraculous 8 wickets from England. It's one or the other. It's just as simple as that. Hope you guys are ready for the final part of the Ashes series that unfortunately today has been marred with absolute controversy of the highest order, where the English are just absolutely blowing up right now, and I'm sure the comments will still talk about it. But yeah, look, it's pretty full on online. It is full on online, but look, no surprise. There's always something to whinge about. But Australia chasing 89 runs. They got Marnus Labuschagne and Steve Smith. At least they did get the sniff with Jake Weatherall getting out right before lunch, and. Yeah, we've got Stevie Schmidt and Marnus Labuschagne here to hopefully finish us off. If not, we'll see Usman Khawaja come in, and then we've still got Alex Carey and Greeny and Bo Webster and Michael Neeson, Mitchell Stark. We've got plenty here. So yeah, look, Football Mad said, I love how Swan makes an argument how England can still win this game. 89 runs with 8 wickets, not a walk in the park. Yeah, like it is. It is going to be. It should be a walk in the park. I'll say it should be, because things can change and dramatics can happen, but it should be a walk in the park here. However, with that being said, of course he's going to come out and say that and try and give some hope. It is setting up unrealistic expectations, but it provided them a sniff at it. If there was no wicket, if there was just one wicket before lunch, the Travis Head one, if there was just the one wicket, then you wouldn't even be talking like that. But with the 2 wickets and Bochers coming, you might have a slight little thought about it, and the conversation can arise, but yeah, nothing too dramatic should be happening here, and it should be finishing it all up. Chris says it's going to be 8 wickets, isn't it? Well, I'd love to see these 2 guys get through. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Labba go down and then Uzi Khawaja to get the win, get the runs to win would be great. But then again, Steve Smith has hit the winning runs in 2 of the 4 tests so far. If England get us 4 for 80 or 4 for 90, it might be a bit nervy. That would be when you'd start to be a little bit, like, still, again, we'd only need 80, 70 runs. That would mean we'd be losing wickets pretty quickly, though. So, yeah, sure, the conversation would definitely rise then. But Australia should still win. The only time it would get genuinely nervy is if it's like 8 for 30. Like, that's realistically, we'd need to lose another 6 wickets in, 50-odd runs, is effectively, which would set me down a nervy path, or 40-odd runs. 6 wickets for 40 runs would be diabolical behaviour. Diabolical. But I do think that Josh has a single right there for Steve Smith to get us started. I do think right here, to give some positives to the English through this series, Josh Tongue should be a mainstay of your bowling attack. I think he's been your best bowler throughout the series, and he's only played the last 2 games. Crazy to me that he's only played these last 2 games. I think that a positive is that we found Jacob Bethel. That's massive for the future. I believe that you've actually got an opener there, really. I think that you could definitely be looking into him as an opener rather than coming in at the 3, because right this very second, Ben Duckett. And I would say that I'd put Bethel in over Duckett. I'd have Crawley and Bethel opening. And then obviously you can switch around. There's going to be another beautiful shot there from Stevie Smith. That should be probably just a single there. And it will be just a single. So 87 runs. That was actually for Labuschagne, sorry. But yeah, look, I think that England have some positives to take from this series. They don't have positives to take from the series as a whole, but they do have positives to take from the series individually. They found room again for Bairstow. Well, Chris, you know what? I'll tell you, I think you should have brought him. I do believe that Johnny Bairstow should have been here, because Johnny Bairstow has form in Australia. He's gotten hundreds in Australia before. He's experienced in the Ashes, and I think that he would have been the better decision. I think that would have been a lot more consistent. And if you look back through a lot of the series, you needed someone to just sit in and really take the tough go. Just have a real tough go at it and sit in and be patient with it all. And I think that Bairstow does have form with that, especially in Australia. So I think that was actually missed there from England. I think it really was missed. And whilst Jamie Smith, I can see why they put him in, at the end of the day, I think Bairstow would have been the better option. Would you disagree? As an Englishman, would you disagree with what I'm saying there? And also it would be scenes and cinema to see him try and get revenge for 2023. That's going to be another single there for... that's going to be another single. from Labuschagne. Smitty will come back on strike. 86 runs required for the Aussies. 86 runs required. Two for 74. That on its own is pretty disappointing, though. 2 for 74. But Will Jack's bowling hasn't done too much this series, unfortunately, and is going to give up another good couple of runs here to the Smithmeister. We'll get to 3. There'll be 2 runs there. Actually, how much would Steve Smith need to actually top the test? He's not that far behind. I think he finished off, what did he get, 131 in the first innings? And then now he's here. So what he got 138. So he was 25 behind Travis Head. 25 behind. That's going to be, I think, another single there for Smitty. So 83 runs needed. He was 25 behind, then Travis Head got 29, so he's 54 behind. If he got over 54, which would be hard with the limited amount of runs needed, he would need another 50 runs here, and there's only 83 runs needed, so Labba would have to be less than 33. And when Labba's smacking sixes like that, you're not going to be worried. Your bowlers are terrified. The Aussies on fire. Yeah, they're taking a piss now. That's a nice little 6 there from Labba, which really does reinforce. Chris says, I think it was Bairstow over Smith for experience, but Smith is good enough to warrant gaining experience himself, so it's tough, but in Oz, I'd take Bairstow, a brawler. Well, this is the last chance that he would have gotten, and I think that you've got plenty of opportunity to debut Jamie Smith. I understand why they did it. I get it, the potential, and I think that he is good, but it unfortunately hasn't been a great series for him. With that being said, I understand in hindsight that is, but beforehand it would have been good and was the idea. I just think that the way this series has played out, it definitely has shown that you've missed a guy like Johnny Bairstow, where this would have been his last series, and he does have that experience form. Oh, yeah, I want to see Smith give his second innings average of not out. Yeah, he hasn't got out in the second innings throughout this series so far, yeah. Yeah, you're right. Australia requires 77 runs. Yeah, look, the way these two have been batting in this opening part of the second session has given me pretty good belief in there not being too much of a worry. Geez, Labba really came up the wicket there to slap that one. They've got Jamie Smith up at the stumps. Hoping he missed it, but no. But no, lovely shot from Smith. That was a 6 from Labba. That's a big 6, 92 metres. It was a no-doubter as soon as it came off. No doubter. But Football Mad, I was wondering, I'm going to ask you a question. I don't know if you're still here, Football Mad, but I'd love to ask you, do you think that the ball hit the glove before the helmet? That's all I'm asking. I just need to know the question to be answered. It's never been answered to me. Did the ball hit the glove before the helmet? It's just something that is just quirking and irking and dirking me. Quirking, irking, dirking, jerking me. Just need to know, did the ball hit the glove before the helmet? Come on, Football Mad. Come on. Come on, man. Don't know if I'm asking too much here. No, this is bloody ping that 6. Wooshka's an absolute wooshka. Double. Chris has never answered me. That's the thing. That's why I'm asking Football Mad now, because Chris Hendry refuses to answer me if the ball hit the glove before the helmet. He refuses. Just trying to figure it out. Football Mad says, I'll be real honest, I thought it was a wide. Look, valid. Look, that's a good possibility. I'd back that, actually, yeah. Thank you for answering my question. That is... Yeah, no, that's probably what happened. Next ball. Double. Can England win? Smithster, they have won. They have won the Moral Ashes. Let's all give a round of applause. Let's give a round of applause. What would you say? Look, Wide's a great potential. Wide is a great potential. If anything, I think that it should have been a free hit, is what I would say. I'd say it should have been a free hit, like we see in the T20s. I think it was a no ball free hit, very clearly, actually. We haven't discussed it yet, but it should have been in the discussion, just like a boundary there. A nice little foursy for Stevie Smith with a cover drive. Gets to 8, and Australia needs 73 runs. Yeah, no ball free hit is probably what I would go, but a wide does make sense too. Does. Is 4-1 a humiliation? It's a domination. I would say humiliation is 5-0. 4-1 is a domination. 3-1 is a very clean victory. 3-2 is a close victory. 2-2 is a draw. They did better than the Thunder. Yeah, the Thunder not doing too well, the old Sydney Thunder. And that's going to be a single here. Yeah, look, they have got the moral victory, Smithster. So we'll give them that. Chris says, I can't see the game, I'm just guessing from watching scoreboards. Unbelievable, Chris. So you're telling me you've not been watching this series the entire time, and you're going to come in now and you're going to tell me that you can't see the game. So you've argued with me. You've argued with me throughout this series, and you can't even see the game. So next bowl here from Tongue. And dot ball. Fullmate says, you say 4-1, I hear a successful series for us. The argument can be made because you have lost every series without winning a game since 2011. So the argument can be made. You have at least won a game. So it is actually on a very, very extremely contextually technical basis a successful series for England. But please set your bar higher. Please set your not expectations, but please set your bar higher is what I beg of you. Coming from an Australian, I beg. I would say more of a lesson than humiliation. Yeah, a dominating lesson is a good way to put it. They have zero morals, so no victory for you people at all. No, they'll take the Snicko victory. No, actually, you know what? We'll take the Snicko victory because we've won the Snicko battle. Do you reckon 65 overs will be long enough for us to chase this down? It's going to be close. It's going to be close. So Steve Smith has just gone and it won't just get for the 4, but it'll be 3. It's going to be close, Overlage, and I do think we probably need maybe 1 over to chase this down. So 65 overs is going to cut it close. Skeletor says, you see Stuart Clark representing the ABC. Stuart Clark representing the ABC getting canned for criticising George Bailey? Stuart Clark? Why is my brain not braining right now? Or is that your fault? I'm English. Our bar is on the floor, however. We are the best at everything that has ever happened. It's very difficult being English. It's very difficult being English, yes. I can agree with that part. Probably could have just put that part of the comment there. That's going to be a single there for Labuschagne. He'll get to 16. 69 runs needed, by the way. Oh, unfortunately, we're not going to see Australia have to need to get to the 180. We're not going to see him get there. Definitely tall poppy syndrome. Talk a lot of shit and can't back it up. Humble pie tastes like shit sometimes. Wouldn't mind a cheese and bacon pie right now. Umpy should have gave that 4 runs. Do the Poms have none? The English here from Nath is interesting. Umpy should have gave that 4 runs. Do the Poms have nonetheless to complain about? Great English, Nath. Brilliant stuff. And dot ball. Fun fact, Snicko technology came from a little town called Sauce Bottle Swamp in Queensland. Sauce Bottle Swamp. I don't even know what the hell you're talking about. Oh, Stevie Smitty's gone. Will Jacks gets a wicket. Will Jacks gets a wicket and Steve Smitty is gone. He's gone. 3 for 92. Australia requires 68 runs. That's great delivery there from Will Jacks. Greatly well. Uzi Khawaja comes in. Can he be a hero? Can you be my hero, baby? Ooh. Uzi Khawaja at the SCG. Your pressure pissed me off forever. You can take my breath away. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Show requires 68 runs. Time to get nervous, pal. Get nervous here, Aussies. Uzi Khawaja comes out. I hope he gets a golden duck. No, you don't, because if he gets a golden duck, then that means that we could actually be in a little bit of strife. We could be in a little bit of pressure. Good to see the English clapping him on. Saw you can't, Rubbo. Great to see the England players applauding him as well. No, that's good respect. It's really nice to see the respect from the moral victors. You always want to see that. You always want to see that. You need to see that, really. All part of the game. Put Potts on. Restore the lads' confidence. Potts, Bryden, Cass, whatever one you want to go with. Chuck Ben Stokes in for a bowl. Usman Khawaja from 2011 to 2026. Good legacy on the field. Maybe not so much off the field with his criticism of our country, but good legacy on the field. His best was 232. He's got 1,600s to his name, 28 50s, average of 43.22, 6,223 runs in 88 matches. The ripe old age of 39. I'm worried it's more than one run and over. It's going to be really tight. That's tight. That is tight stuff. Should have retired in 2015. All right, next bolt. And the crowd roars as there is no wicket. Tell you what, the fact that he's 3 for 92 shows that if it was 250 we were chasing, this would actually be a worry. You only got yourselves to blame, England, but like if this was 250 and yet someone did back up Bethel, this game would have been on. This game would have 100% been on. A former Aussie Test bowler, Stuart Clark, got banned from interviewing players after the match because he criticised the selectors and the coach, McDonald. Well, I think McDonald and Steve Smith deserve criticism for not playing a spin bowler here. That's for sure. Still a long way to go today. Not really, Wizard of Oz. Not really. This test will end in the second session. England either bowl Australia out or Australia get the win. It's either 68 runs or 7 wickets. It will happen in this session. Honestly, anything above 230, I reckon we would have lost. Oh, well, I think they would have protected their wicket a lot more, to be fair. But it just would have been a lot more difficult, for sure. Is Labber gone? No, I think it's off his leg here. Okay, they're starting to frustrate me a little bit here, Australia. Starting to frustrate me a little bit here. Yeah, go on, review. I thought that was potentially a wicket too, Ben. Heard more noise there than I heard before. Yeah, clips the thigh pad. Oh, look, there's a spike there, England. There's a spike. There is a spike. Too bad the spike comes off of his thigh pad. Next bolt. Double. A little bit of a worrying time here for Australia at the moment. They're not looking too settled. They got so complacent. They get so complacent that they give wickets away. This is something that is quite consistent with Australia. They do. They do. Look, Cameron Green in Brisbane for a great example of that. they're on target for 650. Like, they're on target for 1,000 runs. Dead set. They were on target for 1,000 runs in Brisbane, and then Cameron Green did what he did. And that is what Australia do. Travis Head can do it as well. He can get quite complacent. Exit Factor says, Usman, this is your last slap of the bat. Have a crack. Is he like ultimately all-time retiring of everything, or is he going to still play like T20? Not that I think he's a T20 player, but like, is he still going to play some format, or is it all retiring from all? Double. All internationals. Okay, so he's probably going to play, what is he, Sydney Sixers? I think he's a Sixer. I just wonder when the first time will be a team hits 1,000 test runs. Well, England got close last year. They got like 850 against Pakistan. Ask Jacko. Jacko doesn't stop talking about it. Oh, he's Thunder. That's right. You're right. Yeah, Thunder. Oh, we're batting now. Just join the stream. Yes, it's the last day. Of course we are. So, next bowler up. And good runs. Labba, 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 labba. Mr. Labba, labba. Ooh, Mr. Labba, labba. Khawaja should really be slapping 10 boundaries here to leave on a positive note. Please, Khawaja, end it with a 6. That's all I ask. That's 2 runs there for Mr. Labba, labba. 66 runs required for Australia to win. Ruse, you missed out on the most controversial moment since the Johnny Bairstow incident. You missed out. It was a very, very controversial first session. They're still yapping on about it. You missed out on some significant controversy. Oh, that's a dodgy shot, but it's just going to go for a single. Just went back to check the final 2 wickets, and sad that Bethel wasn't the last man standing, but I can't believe I was right in guessing Stark would get 2 more wickets. Yeah, I just wanted him to get to 30. What do you mean you can't believe it? He's our top wicket taker. But I'm very happy that he got 1 more wicket to get to 30. Skeletor says, now Khawaja plays for the Heat now. Oh, yeah, he does. Does he? I can't remember if it was Heat to Thunder or Thunder to Heat, but yes, I know I know in recent years he was at the Heat, so maybe. Again, I don't know a huge amount of BBL. Khawaja plays for the Heat now. He started with us at Thunder, but him and Labuschagne play for the Heat. No, I know Labba plays for the Heat. Same with Michael Nisa. I have to give respect to Stokes scoring more than a duck. He really gave it his best. Gave it a massive go. Massive, massive go. By the way, Labuschagne's still on strike. Khawaja has only had to face 1 ball. Stark was clutch in those moments. Yeah, Stark, he came in well. Piers Morgan headline tomorrow will be Snicko steals Ashes from England. That is quite literally what Piers Morgan will run with. Quite literally. Mr. Labba Labba. I had a feeling he was going to get at least 2. I would just have been happy with him hitting 30, but the fact he got 31 is even better. I'm just happy that they didn't put on more runs, because right now, if they had put on more runs, we would be in a little bit of a worrying predicament. If they had have got 250, we would be still chasing 155, which is still very much Australia's favour with 7 wickets in hand, but it's not been fantastic in regards to the old... It's not been fantastic in regards to the old batting these last 20, half an hour, pre and post lunch. I can imagine how controversial the Snicker was. It's infamous for that at this point. It was controversial for England. For anyone with an IQ above that of a potato, everyone knew that the call was fine. Snicker's been absolutely dog shit this series. Shawnee, I don't disagree with you, but that call was fine. But I don't disagree with you overall. There have definitely been some controversial moments, and I can understand the controversy. But if you look at what happened, again, I'll do this. And again, I'm not going to have a crack at you because it's a fair comment because it has been controversial for the series. That's a 4 for Usman Khawaja. But the biggest issue with what we saw before, England took 14 seconds to review it, which means that they maybe potentially could have possibly heard something, right? They're not even guaranteed. They weren't even 100% sure they heard something, right? The players didn't hear anything from the Australian side. I didn't hear anything. I guarantee you didn't hear anything. The fans didn't hear anything. The commentary didn't hear anything. The umpire didn't hear anything, and that's the main important one. So if if England are suggesting with a 14-second review, 14 seconds it took for them to do it, if England are suggesting that, you can't blame the umpire for calling it not out, right? So we'll just clear that one out of the way immediately. We can't blame the umpire for not calling it out when nobody really heard anything. No one heard anything, but the English thought maybe potentially. Okay, that's fine. You maybe heard something reviewing. That's whatever. But then we get to the actual review, and on the snicko, it's flat into a consistent murmur, and then a little something afterwards. But there's nowhere anywhere close to being a definitive spike to show that there is a clear noise off of the bat. The consistent murmur could be brushing of the side of his pants, or it could be his boot scrolling across the ground, right? Not the word scrolling, it's not the right word, but moving across the ground. It wasn't a definitive spike. So if we sit here and say that the umpire isn't in the wrong for calling it not out because no one heard anything, and England attests to that with the fact it took 14 seconds for them to think maybe potentially, then we can't blame that. We can't actually blame the third umpire for saying that we're going to go with the umpire's call because there isn't a consistent spike, a definitive spike, to say that it is out. So whilst I get it is frustrating, and I've been frustrated with umpires' calls throughout this series, absolutely, on an Australian's perspective, Kawaja should have been gone, but instead he's going to probably get 3. Maybe just the 2. Do you understand what I'm saying, though? Like, I'm not... If I thought it was out, I would say to you it was out. And again, I do think that both teams have a right to complain about snicko through the series. I get why England complains about it, and I'm sure you can understand why we are frustrated by it too, and we all just want consistency. But I don't think that call today was the biggest one that should be criticised. Do you understand what I'm saying, Shawnee? Expert says, if you look at Travis Head, there's why England never stood a chance. The man has a crack. Mate, that man is the crack. He's the man. He is the machine. He is the legend. He is the Trav ball machine. Most test runs for Australia. He ranks number 15, Kawaja. Anab says, why did they stop using hotspot for Nicks? India. India complained about it. Chris, is he chatting about when he took 14 seconds to adjust the snicko graph? But Chris, did the ball hit the glove before it hit the helmet? That's like, Football Mad suggests it was wide. I think it should have been a no ball for a hit. But did the ball hit the glove before the helmet? Rue says, just guessing, was originally called not out, reviewed and went to snicko, went to umpire's decision and call was upheld. Bingo. And Bingo was his name. The funny thing it was, England blowing up, he didn't walk when no one has walked this entire series. There is never a world that an Englishman should ever be complaining about walking. Don't you? They never ever will I ever see an Englishman complain about someone not walking. If you complain about not walking, that would do me. I agree, Shawnee. Nothing against the umpires, but the technology has to be better. I agree. Why can't we use again, the Ultra Edge is fantastic. You know, the hotspot is fantastic. You definitely would have been able to see if it was out or not out then. Hotspot was prime for that earlier decision today. That is prime time. But unfortunately, India complained. So you can blame India for the no hotspot. You can blame India. That was great technology, in my opinion. I understand it's a bit difficult in the subcontinent, but it's great technology. 58 runs to win for Australia. The hotspot would have been definitive in whether that was out or not. And then there would be no argument. There'd be no debate. Do you reckon Piers Morgan and Ronaldo will do an interview about snicko and talk about whether the ball hit the glove before the helmet? It'd be a great interview. That's really what I'd be looking for. I want to know what Donald Trump's opinion is on if the ball hit the glove before the helmet. Hotspot would have given us a definitive answer to the question before. And dot ball. How does India stop other countries not using the technology we can use here? We're not playing India. Because it's basically they complain about it because, one, they don't want to spend the money on it because it's an expensive product. But they don't want to spend the money on it. But, one, they own cricket. they own cricket, which is why it's so surprising. That's why they don't get done for match fixing. That's why they're able to get away with so much of the cheating over the years, because they own cricket. They've got so much money, and that's fine. Whatever. We're still the most successful country in the world. We're just beating the BKRtravel Trophy, but they are able to. Their complaint is that it's not fair because other countries don't use it and don't have the ability to use it. Their complaint. And it would have actually benefited them a lot in the BKRtravel Trophy, by the way. It actually would have benefited them, which is quite funny. But obviously they complained about it years ago. So one, it's expensive, but two, their complaint was mainly that it's not. The ability isn't able to be used in, say, Bangladesh or Pakistan or Nepal or Zimbabwe or even in India, and the subcontinent in general. It's very difficult because of the heat conditions and whatnot. Oh, he's been dropped. Lavishane's been dropped. Jacob Bethel, it would have been a screamer though, dude. It would have been a screamer. But Labba gets very, very lucky there. Very, very lucky. Very, very, very lucky, son. Wowee. No, I cut myself. No, it's not Vegemite. I cut myself when I was shaving. Yeah, so unfortunately, cut myself. So it's just a little bit of cuts at the moment. I blame you guys for forcing me to shave to get the Travis head, Mo. I blame you guys. But yeah, they have dropped it. This was they are like mafia of cricket. Expert says, which country do you think has the most honest batsmen when it comes to walking? Oh, it's a good question. Maybe like, if I was to trust anyone, it would probably be the Saffers or the Kiwis. I wouldn't trust England jack shit when it comes to walking. Don't even think that I'm ever going to say the word starting with I. Or Pakistan. Never, ever would they ever walk. They could hit it to the boundary and they'll review it. They could hit a shot to the boundary right up in the air. That's going to be a 4 there. We just hit a boundary ourselves, love a shame. So it'll be, 53 runs to win? They could hit a shot sky high to the boundary and the claimant came off pad. They'd never walk. Footman says Trump was thrilled to see the third umps putting in great effort to find out if the ball hit the glove before it hit the helmet, and it also said the third ump is a great guy and started playing YMCA. That sounds good. Shway says West Indies. Maybe I haven't watched a lot of the West Indies recently, mate. I haven't, granted, I haven't watched a lot of them recently. 2 runs, it'll be 51 runs to win. Again, this year, guys, we're going to put a lot more cricket on the channel. Yes, rugby league is our main sport here on the channel, but we will be streaming a lot more cricket from different countries this year. Cricket Australia had a compilation this morning of all the drop catches from England. Too funny. Ah, Mr. Laba Laba! Mr. Laba Laba. Bum. Mr. Laba Laba with another boundary. Mr. Laba Laba. Oh. Mr. Laba Laba with another boundary. 80 says who will win? Look, it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. But with 7 wickets in hand for Australia and only 50 runs to needed, I'm going to have to lean with the Aussies here. Especially when Mr. Laba Laba is Laba Labbing. And it's going to be a single there for Mr. Laba Laba. That's 11 runs off the over. No, it's going to be 2. So it's 12 runs off the over and there's still 2 balls to go here. Yeah, Stokes' reaction. He's not happy. Not happy. Broggy, hello. Troy says, dread to think how long the video would be. Dude, you know what really I think the summarising of all of it would be? If I was to pick out the worst dropped catch of the series, it would be Will Jack's one of Travis Head on 121. I think, would anyone disagree? Would anyone say another one? What has been your worst drop of the series? Cameron Green's drop was pretty bad, but again, we were very limited in drops compared to them. What would be your worst drop of the series? I'm going to lean with Will Jack's drop for England with Travis Head on 121. Oh my gosh, he really come up for that one. Who wins? Australia wins at 80. Skeletor says, buy a pitbull shaver. It gives a nice close shave, no need for razors. Yeah, razors piss me off, man. You always get cut. Does everyone else always get cut when they bloody shave? I swear I always do. And Mr. Laba Laba, oh! Mr. Laba Laba, oh, oh, oh. Mr. Laba Laba with another boundary. Mr. Laba Laba, that's a 1, 2, 3, 4. Brenton says, howdy gents, good to see the London Bridge is still falling down, mate. It's gone. Brenton, you missed out on an absolute screamer of a controversial thing happening in the first session. Another Aussie was born into a great country yesterday. Congratulations, mate. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the party. Unfortunately, probably going to be a Knights fan, but hopefully we get, is it Rylan? Hopefully we get Rylan watching the streams to convince him to become a Titans fan eventually. We'll get him some Titans merch. Harrison, I am so surprised you weren't here to try and... You would have rolled me up before. Harrison, you missed out on a great opportunity. You love coming to these streams to roll us up. You would have gotten me a beauty. You would have gotten me an absolute beauty because, like, Football Mad, I see what you do. Like, I get it. And I think it's... I know what you're doing. But with Harrison, like, he would have genuinely punched on, mate. He would have genuinely punched on. So I just know that Harrison would have got us going. He would have. You missed out on the primest of opportunities to rattle us, mate. Don't turn the channel. Take it. How are we? All right, let me just switch it across here to KO. Because 7 is by a little bit of haywire. 3 run 19, Australia need 41 runs to win because Mr. Laba Laba is Mr. Killing it. But late than never Harrison got to show up. Oh! Kawaja gone! Kawaja's gone. Kawaja is gone. He goes for 6. Unfortunately, not been a great test, and that will be Mr. Kawaja. See you later. 41 runs needed for Australia. Well, Nath, you wouldn't be too unhappy with it. Yeah, yes. Yoo-hoo! No, I'll never celebrate an Australian wicket, but his comments in his presser hasn't made a lot of Australians happy. Harren says, these lot are trash at the simplest tasks. Quaja, really? This is your final attempt? Yeah, no, he had a poor test, man. But there's a reason why he's retiring, man. Tunga's becoming our nemesis. Tunga's been very good, man. He's been, for mine, I think you could argue he would have been their player of the series had he played the entire series. He's been their best bowler. He only played 2 games, been their best bowler. Yeah, it is Roland, bro. Another sub to the channel and definitely a Titans fan. No, it's good to hear, Brenton. Should have given a young up-and-comer a crack over Kawaja. Oh, it was his final game. We'd already won the series. You know, it's whatever. It's whatever. We've got plenty of time to debut up-and-comers. Plenty of time. We play, you know, got like, what, Bangladesh in May, June, in Darwin and whatnot. For Mads, is England in total control here? Well on top of the Aussies. You know, you got us right where you want us, mate. Right where you want us. Harren says, how did we lose 4-1 to these casuals? Yeah, well, you lost 4-0 in the last Ashes. You couldn't even beat us in England. Alex Carey comes in now. The Aussies are just built differently, Ruse. 41 runs needed, 6 wickets in hand. And bouncer. They do have a sniff, though, we'll be honest with you. Bo Webster and Travis Head have been the highlights for me. This test, yes. This test, I would argue that Bo Webster is man of the match. This test, I'm saying Bo Webster man of the match. And he's not even had to come in yet. Who would you say is man of the match in this test? Harrison, mate, we didn't lose. It's a success. You reckon the draw's still on today, do we, Football Mad? And see you later, Alex Carey. Got a couple of runs here. Couple of runs. Under 40 to go here, ladies and gentlemen. What a series for Head. You know what? I'm going to change the poll now because we know what's happening, lads. You know, sorry, English. I'm not being biased here, but you're shit. Start a poll. Who is your man of the series? We're doing a poll. Okay, we've got Travis Head. Probably my shout. Mitchell Stark, unbelievable stuff. Alex Carey, just spectacular. Alex Carey. And then the fourth option, Snicko. Start poll. There you go, guys. There's a poll. Go vote in the poll. You got Travis Head, Mitchell Stark, Alex Carey, or Snicko for man of the series. Harren says, now I'm looking at it, I don't even know if 41 is doable. I don't even know if you can count to 41, Harrison. I don't even know if you can count to 41. Football Man says, I've never been so confident in a win. Look, if I was English, I'd think this is guaranteed. I'd think this is guaranteed. Next bolt. Double. I just can't believe that the Snicko has been so disadvantageous to Australia this series. You know, I think that Snicko probably deserves the man of the series. Probably Bethel ahead as man of the match. And, oh, yeah, you could point. Sorry, I forgot. Oh, you can't. Oh, Bethel's a good shout. Bo Webster was not out for 70, and he did take some really crucial wickets in that second innings. Bethel was very good, but also Travis Head was amazing. I think Bo Webster had such a big impact. Scott James with the $5 donation, get around you. Scott says, do you see Roosters making the 8 with DCE? NRL content's going to start in about a week's time, man, on the 15th of January. So my predictions and all my analysis and discussion on rugby league, it's going to be daily. You know, it's going to be a big red hot season. I was up until 4 in the morning last night doing heaps of prep work for the NRL season. So we'll talk more about rugby league and that, but I do like the Roosters this year. Will the Roosters expect a premiership came for the NRL season? Yeah, we'll talk more about it when the NRL season gets rocking and rolling in a week's time. We'll kick back for a few days after a big Ashes series with you guys having a lot of fun, and we'll get in, right into the NRL chat and analysis. But no, I don't mind the Roosters. Sano says the Roosters are coming last. Wow, you're a Roosters fan, Sundo. Why would you say that? Why would you say that? Stole my comment. What did I say, Robert? Trav Head rolled out of bed and slapped for the English dead. A boundary here, a boundary there. The series done. We already won. We already won. We slap it. We already slap it. My gosh. Sickening. Australia need 39 runs to win, and Joe Root for a bowl. Here we go. Rudy Scooty. He's going to give us a freebie. Ah, get back! He's going to get run out. He's run out. What on earth did I just watch? What did I just watch? What on earth is Labuschagne doing? He just got run out. What on earth? Like, this is actually a chance here for England. This is actually a chance here for England. England are with a chance. That is the dumbest run out I've ever seen. That is maybe that's a dumber run out than Cameron Green. That is a dumber run out than Cameron Green. He's definitely gone. They're going to look upstairs, but he's gone. He's gone. Yep. He's gone by a good portion too. I don't know what's happening here, Sean. It's dumb cricket here from Australia. They've gotten complacent. It's crazy because England are actually in with like a sniff at the moment. They're actually in with a sniff. Like, we've got plenty of batters here, but like they're in with a sniff, dude. You don't want the momentum. You don't want to give the momentum. Can you redo the poll and add Bryden Cast? I don't feel comfortable not having on the list. I wish I could put more in. Ollie Pope deserves a shout too. This guy says, trying to get it over with too quick. They are trying to get it over with too quick, and that is exactly how Labuschagne's got out there. They're not respecting it right now. So Alex Carey, and now is it Bo Webster who comes in? Oh, no, it's Cameron Green. Oh, Green, for the love of God, I beg, Green. Cameron Green, I swear to God, bro. Cameron Green, if you piss me off here, if you piss us off as a country, yeah, Robbo, we're fine. But like, if Cameron Green pisses me, if Cameron Green gets out now, I'm flipping out. If Cameron Green gets out immediately, I feel like I'm flipping out. I feel like I flip out. Yes, Australia went from $1.0001 to $1.01. Cameron Green nearly just pissed me off. Cameron Green nearly just pissed me off. Roses Green, you better bat. You are done. Dude, I can't believe we just witnessed him nearly get our first ball. Green, this is your career right here. And they're going to get a single. Hey, at least we've got a bit of excitement here, lads. This is what we asked for. This is what we asked for. We've got a bit of excitement. We're now putting our hopes on Cam Green. What does this come to? Dude, he nearly got bowled for a golden duck just then. No, we're sweet, Harrison. Five wickets is ridiculous. We've still got plenty of bats here too. Unfortunately, Australia got complacent. They won't be complacent now. And I could see Green going down, but Carey and Bo Webster will get us across the line. If Carey goes, I'm still sweet. But, you know, it's frustrating. It's just frustrating the amount of wickets that we've seen fall. That's pretty much it because it has come purely off of complacency. Which fans can have. We can believe the game's already won, but the players can't because they've got to respect the team as a national team. England is still a good national team. They're still the best players they've got on offer. So at the end of the day, they've got to show a bit more respect. And Australia have shown this over time where they will get really complacent and they will throw away wickets when, you know, all things are looking smooth and happy days. There's going to be a single for the Aussies. So, no, like Australia win this game. I don't have any problem with that, but it's just frustrating that they do this on a consistent basis where they do get complacent and they're just like, oh, whatever. Still good, but what on earth is going on? Exactly right, Potato Dragon. He just equaled Stokes' top score of the innings. Yeah, Cameron Green in this innings with his one has equaled Stokes across both of his innings. You are right. You are right. Oh, I've got to get across to 7+ here. I've got to get back to 7+, which means I'll get to watch that dot ball again. Beautiful. That's exactly what I was wanting. Definitely Labber's fault. Try to get a run when it wasn't there. Absolutely, because Labber is trying to finish it. Labber doesn't usually hit sixes. He's hit a 6 in this, which shows his intention. He wants to end it. He wants to get it over and done with. And it's like, dude, there's still 4 hours of play. Like 3.5, 4 hours of play, bro. There's no rush. You only need 39 runs at the time. You only need 39 runs. So now it's 37 runs after the single. Harrison's stressing out. Yeah, unfortunately, you won't get a bite. Again, Harrison, if you were here this morning, mate, you would have got some good bites, mate. You would have got us. You would have got us. If you were here this morning, I just know that you would have fought to the brim for the dismissal, and it would have been just scenes in the chat. Unfortunately, you missed a trick. Yeah, no stress. It's calling out the boneheaded play. Exactly right. 35 runs to win. And you can make that 34 runs to win. Tick, 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 Harrison. Tick, 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 Sonny Jim. Can you ask Harrison for his opinion? This is a great question here for you, Harrison. If the ball hit the glove before it hit the helmet, that would really clean things up for us as we need the voice of reason for moments like this. Harrison, do you think that the ball hit the glove before it hit the helmet? And what I'm loving about this is that he won't know what we're referring to, so he could say yes or he could say no, and he doesn't know which option is better for his English. He doesn't know which option is better. Give us a yes or no answer here, Harrison. Did the ball hit the glove before the helmet? Aussies are just built different. How? Surfing and frolicking in the sunshine? Yep. Yeah, pretty much. Harrison, give me a yes or no answer. Did the ball hit the glove before it hit the helmet? No one help him. No one help him. I'm probably kicking your ass in the cricket and rugby league and Commonwealth games that go on. Could go on, Riz. Could go on. Harrison says, I'll have to do research, but the answer's obvious. I want your next comment to be a yes or no. Come on, buy into the banter here. Make it a yes or no. That's a good shot. That's a good shot there for 2 runs, maybe 3, probably 2. England don't have sunshine. All the Ashes got to hurt. Definitely does hurt, Robbo. I would say probably hurts. How is your fairy bread this morning? Do they have fairy bread in England? Well, they probably would call it something different. Was it or did it hit your chin, Harrison? Plenty of stuff. Plenty has hit that. Come on, Aussies. Finish it up here, baby. 31 runs to win. They don't have fairy bread. They have toast sandwiches. No, we just need a yes or no. Just buy into it, Harrison. Just give us a yes or no. I know you don't know what we're referring to. It's not even in this test that we're taking the piss out of. Just say yes or no. Just say it should have been given as buys. Give us a yes or no. Did the ball hit the glove before it hit the bat? Before it hit the helmet? Did the ball hit the glove before it hit the bat? Did the ball hit the glove before it hit the helmet, Harrison? Yes or no? $30 runs to win for the Aussies. 5 wickets needed for the English. Made it exciting here. Exciting finish. Beautiful greenie. That's a single. All right, 29 runs to win for the Aussies. Yeah, 50-50, mate. You like to bet. You're exactly right. Harrison, you like to bet. What are you going with here? No, Harrison, you don't know what we're referring to. You don't know what we're referring to. Just say yes or no. It's just but just banter, bro. Just give us. I'm timing it out for 5 minutes. If your next comment is in the yes or no, I'm forcing the banter here. Is it a yes or no? Did the ball hit the glove before it hit the bat? It has nothing to do with Stokes. It has nothing to do with Stokes. For the love of God, just say yes or no, mate. I will time you out for 5 minutes if your next comment isn't yes or no. So 29 runs to win, end of the over. How many bets did you win this test? He didn't win any bets this test. Mark Williams says, Stuart Broad would have to be the most humble palm everything cricket. You're lucky that I'm focused on Harrison right now. And that he didn't say yes or no, so that will be 5 minutes. We'll see you in 5 minutes, Harrison. We'll see you in 5 minutes. And you better come. Yeah, Sano's done it himself anyway. There you go. So now that we've gone off of Harrison, Mark, I should come back to you and say, what are you talking about? Imagine being here for the banter and the trolling and taking the piss and you couldn't even do just a simple yes or no to involve yourself in it. You could have ended up on the right side for English or you could have ended up on the wrong side. That's your 50-50 gamble. You love a gamble. It's not even that deep. It's not even that deep, dude. All you could have said was yes or no. Just say Humble and Bumble. He probably is on Bumble, to be fair. Maybe Grinder as well. So Australia require 29 runs. Double. $29 runs to win. 5 wickets needed for England. Double. Green, all I need from you is to knock it out. That's all I ask. It's not that hard. It's not that hard. You just need to get 14 or 15 combined runs with Carey, who get 15 or 14. You know what? I'll even give you credit. I'll say 14. Let Carey get 15. I don't care. All you need is 14 runs here, Cameron Green. That's off his pad, dude. Why are you celebrating that? I don't know why he's celebrating that, England. It's off his pad. Possibly Hinge as well. Is he on Hinge, though? Yeah, they've only got 1 review left as well. Yeah, there's nowhere. It's like literally this far from the bat. They all celebrated. It's literally nowhere close to the bat. Maybe it's subjective on a clear yes or no. Well, just give us something. Next bowl and dot ball. Guitar says, when do the Aussies play the mighty Kiwis? Well, we haven't lost the Kiwis in over 15 years in a single test, and we haven't lost to the Kiwis in a series since like the 80s or 90s. But we play you guys actually at the end of this year. The Kiwis, they're actually coming to Australia. Oh, yes, it is in Australia. Yeah, we are playing the Kiwis in Australia for the Boxing Day test and stuff this year, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty certain we play the Kiwis for next summer in a four tests. I love this team. Give England false hope by throwing wickets away just to shatter them even more when they lose. I think that we'll give you the moral victory for your Snicko. We'll give you your moral victory for that, even though you're wrong, but we'll give you the moral victory for it. But you lose the moral victory if Cameron Green scores the winning runs. I think that's a fair offer, England. Let's shake on it, all right? Let's shake on it. You can have the moral victory if Green doesn't get the winning runs. If Green gets the winning runs, we're taking it back and we're telling you to sit in the corner and be a good little boy and shut up. All right? But if you get Cameron Green out and we still win the game, we'll give you the moral victory. Okay? Is that a deal, English? Is that a deal? I think we can go with a deal there. 211,000 attendance over the 5 days here at the SCG. Bryden Cast, here he is, the man, the machine. This is the man we've been waiting for, the South African flyer. Oh, the Safa, South African flyer. All right, Cast to carry. The ball. Yeah, I think it's still Kiwis next time. I'm pretty certain Kiwis. Only 2 metres away from the bat. Yeah, close enough. Close enough. It's actually just gone past me here in Fiji. That's how close it was to the bat. Why is Cam Green reverse sweeping? Because Cam Green's Cam Green, Robbo. No, it's 4 tests for New Zealand guitar. I think you get a 4-test series. Moral victory unless it's a snicker error. No, we'll give you the moral victory as long as you don't allow Green to score the winning runs. Why is Cast celebrating, dude? That's a single there. 28 runs to win. That's a run there for Carey. It's nowhere close to the stumps, and it was an inside edge, nowhere close to the stumps. Like, what is he celebrating? No chance for Clue taking both victories. No, I've already made the deal. The deal's already been done. I've already signed it. I'm like the Indians when it comes to controlling the ICC, BCCI. I'm like the Indians where they control it all. I am the rule maker. I am the lawmaker. And I have decided you will receive the moral victory. That's a single there for Green. You will receive the moral victory as long as Green doesn't hit the winning runs. Australia has had a few contributors. However, the one player that has failed, to be honest, Webster is a better all-rounder. I'm going to pretend I didn't read that comment. I'm going to let you off, and I'm going to pretend that you just said that Bo Webster failed. I'm going to pretend and say maybe you've had a couple of tequila spruces early in the morning. I'm going to pretend and think that and assume that maybe you're with Shauno getting on the old marijuana, the Mary Jane. I'm going to assume that you've just said that Bo Webster is the only Aussie that has failed. I'm just going to assume. I'm just going to throw it out there. I'm going to let you off on this one. I'm going to say, look, he's too inebriated. Is what I'm going to go with. They said Glad Broad is commentating and not playing. Fair. All right, 26 runs to win for Australia. Bryden Cast is bowling. Ah, the Green Monster. Oh, it's a 4. Oh, it's a 4. Oh, that's a boundary. Oh, it's a boundary. Oh, it's a boundary. Brum, brum. I'm in me car. Brum, brum. Cam Green. Brum, brum. He did say that, Blaze. It meant Green. You were talking about Green at the time of the comment. But he said, he's sorry Green has failed, not Webster. Good save, Mark. Very good save. Yes, Cameron Green has failed this series. That's why I'm saying we're taking the moral victory away from England if Cameron Green hits the winning runs. Full Matt says, maybe ask Bryden Cast if the ball hit the bat instead of the stumps. Well, it definitely hit the bat instead of the stumps, but it actually hit the glove rather than the helmet. But it hit the glove into the helmet, not rather than the helmet. But if 2 + 2 = 7, then I would think that maybe it was a touchdown with the home run. Harrison says, the door's open. We're already well aware you came out. We're already well aware you came out of the doors. It wasn't really that hidden, mate. Harrison, you should put a bet on England to win. I think they're paying good odds. They're paying great odds. Look, you only need 5 wickets and 22 runs. Look, it's only 5 wickets. You're into our bowlers. Cameron Green's a bowler. You're into our bowlers. Come on. And Carey will get a single. So 21 runs to win. Has Weatherall scored runs? Weatherall, I think, has got out. Well, it's on the screen. You can see it on the screen how many runs each player's got. Yeah, Weatherall, well, he wasn't the top score for the test, but it was only 3 runs off of Marn. But yeah, no, Weatherall was pretty good, mate. He's the one at the centre of all the controversy from this morning. Yeah, the Pomershorn know when to quit while they're ahead. No, they're very intelligent. Very intelligent for potatoes. They are. They are. Next bolt. And single for Greeny. 11 runs. Australia batting incident did not hit glove. We got all this way, and that's what you come here, Harrison, for gosh sake. We got all this way, and that's what you provide us with. You nearly deserve a timeout, because it is the wrong answer, so we are going to time you out. It's the wrong answer, so we are going to time you out. With 20 runs to win, it means we'll get some peace and quiet for a little bit in this last little bit. I can't even remember what the right answer is anymore, football mode. I actually don't know. I actually don't even remember what side of the argument, what it meant. I can't even remember. Was it... No, because Australia was bowling. No, Harrison is wrong. Sorry. I've actually forgotten, because we've just constantly repeated ourselves here, I've actually forgotten the incident a little bit now, but I think Australia was fielding, but it didn't carry to the wiki, or just to the slips. But they said... So, yeah, anyway. Marcus' last time out of the match. Oh, no, he'll probably be back with a good 10 runs to go, and he'll probably say something stupid. Game might be done by the time you come back, Harrison. Please. We've spoken about it so much that I actually just forgot about it. England's going on a plane back from where they came with no trophy to show that's how the story goes. Well, fun fact for you, the urn actually stays in England. The urn is actually always in England. To be fair, how is Harrison meant to know if a professional third umpire doesn't know? Correct. Correct. But Scotty knows. Scotty's always known. Scotty to every time knows. He's never not known. Is there any rain around to save England? Well, not in Sydney, no. But I will say in Manchester it's raining. I will say in Manchester it is raining, and in London it's raining. So if this game was, and Jacko loves his ifs, if this game was in London or Manchester, then yeah, it would be. Yeah, but unfortunately in Sydney, no, Robert, the lighting is pretty good. There's not a cloud in the sky, but we'll just have to ask Snicko. Maybe we just ask Snicko. What's the poll looking like? So Travis Head 52%, Mitchell Stark 25%, Snicko 19%, and Alex Carey 4%. Oh, it's a drinks break, by the way. I'm not going to go. There's not much longer of this stream to go, so I'm not even going to bother. Not even going to bother. A guy literally said in the grade cricketers' comments on day one that the rain saved Australia. Unbelievable stuff. Unbelievable stuff. Unbelievable stuff, son. We are super close to a close of the Ashes for 2025-26. In the middle of England, it's raining here. It's raining everywhere in England. Shawnee says might have been off due to snow. Well, if this game was in Hobart, potentially, because apparently it did snow, even though it's summer. Apparently it did snow. Yeah, let's get it to Hobart. Let's move the rest of this day to Hobart, and then we'll call it off. What shot do you think brings the victory? A 6, a 4, 3, 2, or 1? I want it to be Cameron Green. I want it to be Cameron Green to get the winning runs. I don't care how he gets it. I don't care if it's buys. I don't care if it's leg buys. It can't be buys because that's not off green. But leg buys is still touching green for the runs. Next bolt. And that's going to be a dot ball bouncer. Well, don't worry about that. It's not a dot ball bouncer. It's a wide. That's a wide from Cars. Beautiful stuff when you need to get 5 wickets in 20 runs and you bowl a wide. Now it's 19 runs. A wide would be funny. Well, you know what, Mark? You've just gotten your wishes there. There is a nice wide. No ball or wide with the most anticlimactic way to end it. Not if it's from Cars. If it's from Cars, that would be the perfect way to summarise this series. A no ball or a wide would be the perfect way to summarise this series if it's from Cars. And they're green. Oh my gosh, are they going to get extra runs? It's a single for Australia. I don't even want to explain what's happening right now to people who aren't watching it because it'll actually lose your IQ points just hearing it. Australia nearly just got run out again. Cameron Green runs, and then because Cameron Green's... what is Carey doing? And then if they threw it to the wrong stumps. If they threw it to the correct stumps, it's out. If they threw it to the correct stumps, Cameron Green would have got run out again. I actually blame more so of Alex Carey there because it was pretty clear that the call was a single, and Cameron Green has run through his line, so he's well past the stumps, and then Carey is halfway down. Like, okay, so you blame Green for not being ready for the turnaround, but I blame Carey because in no world does that look like... Yeah, no, I don't blame Green there. Like, he's struggling to get there for a single. That's on Carey. He's struggling to get there for a single, so he's putting all his effort in. He goes 5 metres past the damn well stumps. And then Carey, by the time Green has turned around, Carey's already halfway down and then turns around. I actually blame Carey more so there. That was an easy 2. Well, no, it wasn't, because he was lucky to get 1 at one stage. Cameron Green only got run out without getting a single. It was just lucky that it missed. Well, he got her back anyway, but it missed. So 18 runs to win. Next bowl here. From Cars. And no run. These guys just really want to run, don't they? Green for overrunning. Pull up the train, son. Yeah, but how can you blame him for overrunning? He had to get there very quickly because otherwise Cars could have thrown him out just on the single. But the only reason the 2 was on was because he missed the run out of the single. So that means that Green is powering through the run because he's trying so hard to get back to knock it out. And then because of the overthrow, it's meant that the second run is on, but Green putting so much effort into getting there for the single has meant that he hasn't been able to turn around in time for the 2. So I don't believe it was 2. 18 runs to win, 5 wickets needed. Yeah, at least they are making Australia earn it. There's no rush, Sean. I don't know why. Australia right now have become complacent. They have done what the fans do, and the fans are entitled to do it. Players are not entitled to do it. And that's going to be a big bouncer. Big bouncer. Yeah, the Aussies just want to finish it. Yeah, they just want to get it over and done with, dude. You can clearly tell. You can clearly tell. I think I might have to... I'm going to refresh the 7+. I'm going to have to refresh the 7+. Yeah, they really want to get the game done. Obviously, the 5 wickets have railed them a little bit, so they're nervous about wickets at the moment. They are. They are nervous a little bit about wickets. And that's probably why they're pushed. But then again, this is how they've done it the whole time. Like, Labuschagne hitting a 6 tells me everything I need to know. Next ball. And bouncer. It's been 5 days, no point really dragging it out anymore. Yes, but you can lose it by doing what they've been doing. You can still lose it by doing what they've been doing. So, whilst you're right, they could still lose it. Pitch is a lot more difficult, though. There is quite a bit of variation. Deviation. When can England take the second new ball? They're only 51.6 overs away from the second new ball. And that's going to be a single for Carey. Well, England, well. It looks like the Aussies are knocking on the door of a 4-1 victory. Mark says 4-1, wow, not 5-0, however, the predictions were so close. Yeah, look, it isn't 5-0 to England, and they got really, really close. They got really, really close, like they predicted to win 5-0, but unfortunately just not to be. The 4-1 for Australia is actually more, 4 is more than 0, and 1 is less than 5. So, no, it's been tough in regards to the old predictions from the English. Yeah, I wouldn't even mind these two getting out and having Slug and Neese hit the winning runs. No, I want Green to hit the winning runs, because that would piss off England. That would be ultimate jokes. The guy who has had the worst performance of our entire series hitting the winning runs, they already had to see Steve Smith hit multiple winning runs. Well, now they have the opportunity to see Green, our worst player this series, to get the winning runs. He says, Melbourne is bizarro world. We don't really count what happens down there. I would debate whether Victoria is actually Australia. Western Australia is Western Australia, so it's west of Australia, so it's not a part of Australia, but we claim them because we won the cricket there. Victoria, I feel like that's like a subsidiary of England that is like another country, because Victoria sounds very countryish. I'm going to say Victoria's not a part of Australia, so we actually did win the series 4-0 in Australia, and there was one test that happened on foreign soil. Justin rub it in, Green hits a 6. Oh, that'd be sexy stuff. Sana says, how many people do you reckon attended every single day of the series purely as a fan? Like, who attended everyone? 101, 200, about 1.7 million, I'd say. Next bolt, double. Or are you asking a niche question? 4-1, don't think the Aussies were massively impressive. Goes to show how terrible overhyped England are/were, in my opinion. I wouldn't necessarily disagree with you. I think it's harsh to say they weren't impressive. Travis Head's hit 300s in this series, and Mitchell Stark's been absolutely incredible, and Alex Carey's been great as a wiki. I do think there is a lot of questions that need to be asked about this Australian team with like Cameron Green and Bo Webster, why it took him so long to get in, and oh my gosh, they just trying so hard to get around. You know, does Bo Webster come immediately just straight back in for Usman Khawaja? You know, when are we going to start to look at potentially Cooper Connolly? Are you going to keep Jake Weatherald as the opener? You know, how long Stevie Smith still got left in him? Labuschagne, his batting's been super underwhelming throughout this series. She's a massive gecko, I can see right now. Massive. Aussies were good, not great. Didn't have to be. Yeah, that's a good point. I'd agree with that. Get Scotty B in there to hit the winning run. Oh my gosh, that's going to be some buys here. That's going to be probably 3 buys, I reckon. They're going to push a third for sure. For sure. Yep, they will. That'll be 3 buys. So 13 runs to win. As a single fan attending every day. Oh, as in a single fan attending every day? So not family. Not family. Well, I know a lot of the Barmy Army crew would have, because they obviously came over from England for that very reason. Not all of them, but a lot of them would have. And then I don't know if there would have been any Aussies who did that. I don't know. That's a good question, but I think a lot of the Barmy Army would have. Carey, reverse sweep, dot ball. I think with the Bangladesh series, they need to look at young guys, Pete, Kellaway, and Connolly, even if it's just for those 2 tests. Would love to see Cooper Connolly come in. Bo Webster needs to play. I 1,000,000% guarantee that Cameron Green will play. Guarantee it. Not that I think he should, but He'll be used to those pitches as he plays for the Kolkata Knight Riders in the IPL. This is the most sense you've spoken for a while. What? That always makes sense. That's why you watch Football Mad. That's why you've watched this entire series. That is why you've been here, regardless if you are English or not. Because whether you agree with me or not, you enjoy it. And you enjoy my talking about how England are shit house. You love it. You're the biggest fan ever. You love it. You love it. And there's going to be a single there for Greeny. 12 runs to win. After the third test, Chuck, we didn't have to. 50-50 for the last two, okay. Well, first test, I actually don't think we were ultimately impressive, but Travis Head was incredible. Mitchell Stark was incredible too. Test 2, I think we were very good. I think it'd be harsh to say we weren't great in Test 2. In Test 3, I'd say we were pretty close to great, but England were doing really well to chase, but I think we were pretty close to great. Test 4, we were both awful, but England get the rub of the green in the 50-50 conditions. And then in Test 5, I'd say, yeah, look, I think we batted really, really well. And I think we've been pretty good. I'd say we've been pretty good. I wouldn't say great, though, for this. Caster's shoe is broken. Yeah, it's been broken for a while. Oz only had to show up, really. They never really had to knuckle down, sort of thing. Yeah. Yeah, people forget Test 4 and Test 5 were dead rubbers. No matter who won. Dead rubbers. Rob Viking says, surely New South Wales is a variant of Wales. Yeah, piss him off. Get him out of here. They can't even win a 50-50 origin contest, you know? Like, buddy Sados. Can't even win a 50-50 origin. And they get the home ground advantage in Sydney. You know, it's just a disgrace, really. They're a disgrace to the country. That's going to be a single, maybe two for Alex Carey. No, just a single. 11 runs to win. Legs 11, baby. Legs 11. You are fair and unbiased except when England lose a wicket. I do my best to give you like my genuine... The thing is that I don't lie to you. If I say something, I'm actually genuinely... His toes out of his shoe. If I say something you disagree with it, just know that I genuinely believe what I'm saying. Does that mean I'm right? No. Does that mean you're right? No. It doesn't mean anything. It just means how we're seeing it. So the benefit here is that whether you agree or disagree with my take, at the end of the day, I am being completely honest with you. And I am saying exactly what I genuinely believe. Again, it doesn't mean that either one of us is right or wrong. It's just what I'm seeing. And that is going to be a boundary for Cameron Green. Here we go. Here we go, baby. 7 runs to go. Robert says, Blaze, the Maroons are literally Queensland. Well, yeah, because we have beautiful women, Queens. Absolutely, Robbo. Would you say the women of New South Wales or the women of Queensland are better looking? I'm 100% taking Queensland every day of the week. Women of Queensland are Queens, mate. Absolutely. We're really making sure that everyone knows that how much our women mean to us. They're amazing stuff. New South Wales, though, you just flat out copied another country. You're just a bunch of copiers. It's Wales, and you just copied. Unbelievable. Football says, can you claim one thing about Australians that I really don't understand before it's over? Ball hit the glove before the bat, before the helmet. Football man, yeah, the ball. And Australians do agree. Is the answer to your question, football man? Like I said, guys, there's only 7 runs to go here for Australia to win. Like I said, there will be a lot more cricket this year. We will be streaming a lot more cricket. Obviously, Rugby League content starts on the 15th of January in 1 week's time and will be daily. So that's going to be full on. It's going to be really exciting. And I've got a new series starting up where I'm going to be doing my tips every week from a different landmark around the world. Because obviously on the 22nd of January, I'll be in Hong Kong. And then on 24th of January, I'll be in Vietnam. And then 2 months there until I go to Philippines. And then 5 weeks there until I'm back in Vietnam for 2 weeks. And then I'm off to Indonesia for about 8 weeks. And then back to Vietnam for 2 weeks. And then off to Malaysia and Laos for an 8-week span and whatnot. So different landmarks every... That's a 4 there for Cameron Green. 3 runs to go here. Cameron Green could do the runs, by the way. So we're going to do it from a different landmark every single week, our tipping, which will be cool. So I'll basically take you on a travel and experience while I do that. But also we've got BKRtravel, where there's content starting up very, very soon. My travel channel. 3 runs to go here to win this series 4-1. Cameron Green might remove your moral victory right now, lads. GC girls, great memories. Brizzy girls too, but not as good. Brizzy girls are like emos. Brizzy girls are like goths. Same old Aussies always winning, baby. Na 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 na. Same old Aussies, da 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 da. Always winning. Same old Aussies always winning. Same old Aussies. Same old Aussies always winning. Vin vin. Brum brum. I'm in my car. Brum brum. Why you got so fast? Wizard Gold Coast girls are screwed these days, not wrong, Robo. Footman says, no, that Harrison cleared that up for us. Why is it every time I see an Aussie news report about a shark attack, why is there always an Australian complaining about the beach being closed? Because there's not many shark attacks. To be fair, hey, there's a 4 for Alex Carey. 4 for Alex Carey. Walking along, winning again. Walking in a Kerry Wonderland. Oh, that's another win for the Aussies. Oh, 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 another win for the Aussies. We're walking along, winning 4-1. Walking in SC Wonderland. Oi, oi, Captain. Get around it. Appreciate you guys for a massive series. We've been here for every single day of the Ashes series. I hope you guys have enjoyed. I've loved the banter with you English lot. Obviously, unfortunately, just not England's time, but I do think next year could be an awesome one. We do have next year, we do have 1 test against England. We do. We have 1 test against England at the MCG and a 150-year anniversary one. And we also have the English Ashes next year. So that'll be at a better time for you English lot, which will be good. Sorry, I'm just typing a comment here to put on the Australian cricket Instagram, and probably the English cricket Instagram as well, to be fair. But look, next year we will have. Yeah, okay. Let's do that. Put that up, and then I'll say what I'm saying. And then we'll go to England's one, and we'll take the piss out of them too. There we go. All right, so yeah, we've got a one game test against the English at the MCG next March. We have obviously the 5-game Ashes series next year in England. Next year in England. For the Aussies, we play New Zealand in the summer next year. Robbo says, it's been fun, lads and ladies. Sad it's over. See you for the NRL. Yeah, get around it, lads. We are doing the T20 World Cup, which will be in about a month. We've got some Australia games against, I think, Afghanistan coming up in T20. I'll do all Australia games this year. And we're going to try and do a lot more cricket. Obviously, rugby league is our main content. We're going to try and do a lot more cricket, even when it's not the summer schedule. Chris says, enjoy your lucky victory, gents. Special mention to Harrison. Mark says, yeah, shout out Harrison. He has been some good entertainment throughout these streams in regards to a punching bag, that's for sure. Mark says, get that into your whinging poms. Aussie, 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 oi, oi, oi. Dasman says, I shit you not, Trey Young traded Washington for a half-eaten bag of chips and an apple. Robertson, see you never, Baz. Yeah, Baz has to be sacked, mate. He has to be gone. Rob Key, too. There's so many that need to be gone here. Skull says, thanks, everyone. Well done, everyone, for hanging out. Been a pleasure. Thanks a lot, Blaze. Been fun. Chuck says, should be here in a month in that case. Yeah, we'll be here for the T20s. And, you know, I'll do all the Aussie games, but I'll try and do some other international games as well. It's not just... I just find it difficult to be able to stream with the same kind of passion and intent when it's not Australia playing. You know, if Australia are playing, obviously you're going to get that passion, you're going to get that intent. But when, say, it's England versus New Zealand in a 5-dayer, I don't have that same passion and intent. But you know, we could still do it. You know, just keep an eye on the channel, guys. Keep an eye. Obviously, I'm going to drop the link here to BKRtravel because there's going to be a lot of content coming up on that soon. There is going to be a lot of content coming up on that soon. So if you do like travel content, that'll be the place for you as well. Let me go get it. So if you haven't subscribed to it yet, we'll drop that there. That's the link to it in the chat. But there we go, guys. Like I said, it's all done and dusted. I appreciate you. Keep an eye on the channel for more cricket. It's going to be a banger. If you're a rugby league fan, 15th of January is when the first video... Actually, you know what? We will wait. We will wait for the man of the series here. We will wait for the man of the series is what we should do because I want to see who wins man of the series. Robbo says, just know, Chris, even though skies are grey now, there's always grey in wetlands, so you'll always be depressed anyway. That is a good point. That is a good point. Yeah, that is a fantastic point. Great stream, this one. Appreciate it, Harrison. Where's the says, Harrison, good talk, mate. Take care. Buy a bag of green. Yeah, he's on his way. He's on his way. How long do you reckon before they do say the man of the series? Man of the match? Man of the match probably go... Like, Alex Carey got the winning runs there too, by the way. Man of the match is probably going to be a Bowie Webster. Or a Travis Head with his 160. But, you know, Joe Root also got 160. Travis Head 163. Steve Smith 138. Jacob Bethel 152. Who would you guys say is man of the match? I'm going to say Bo Webster. I think he was so impactful. 6 or 7 minutes. Yeah, we'll wait. We'll wait. Just know, Chris... I've already read that comment. I've already read that one. Yeah, 6 or 7 minutes. It might. I don't think it'll be even that long. It'll be really quick. Webster's a great shout. Yeah, no, it's a good time to be alive for an Australian. Nice little 4-1-er. Nice little slap up here. Nice little bing bong boom. Same old Aussies always winning. Yep. I'm getting top. Has Cast finished mouthing off the umpire yet? Tradbull, greatest cricket team on the planet, period. This test compared to Melbourne just proves why Sydney is so much better than Melbourne in general. Could have been 5-0 Melbourne, 5-day test at the greatest, not 2. Okay. Yeah, that MCG test. That is the switch up. That is the one that unfortunately we're able to get the 5-0 because of. Hey, this was the worst Australian team in 15 years, by the way. All right, we are just waiting, guys. We are just waiting. I'll drop the link again to... Actually, we'll put this as the pinned comment. I'll drop the link again to BKRtravel if you guys haven't already subscribed. And I might even be on your way. I might even try and head to England for the Ashes. We'll see how I'm going. We'll see how I'm going there. Maybe, potentially, might consider it. So, might even get some English stuff out. Might consider it. Cheers, Rob. I knew you agreed with all the takes. I think he agreed with every single take that didn't come from you. Yes. Cam Green would be my man of the series. Brent says up the Aussies. Get around it. Hey, by the way, Ryland has not been alive in a time where Australia hasn't won a series, by the way. Just want to say this. I just want to put it out there. Stay safe in the treacherous country, Sean. Yeah, Sean. Thailand, dangerous country. The women there, mate. They get ya. They're beautiful people, but they are beautiful people in Thailand, but they get ya. No, Shauno he's killing. I might even see him next year, to be fair. We are still just waiting to see who this man of the series is and the player of the match as well. They definitely do get ya. That's women in general, though, isn't it? After smoke a ciggy, enjoy, Chris. Enjoy. They're just talking to Usman Khawaja here, so that's finished. So now I'm sure they'll show us. I'm sure they'll tell us next who gets the player of the match, and then we'll get the man of the series. Just be thankful for what you've got, Usman says. Okay, well, yes, you're correct. Should have said that in your presser, not complained and victimised and insulted the country. Facts, and never will, I reckon, will stay on top. Absolutely. 7 is on ad break. I'm on KO right now. Head will get it. I think Head gets it. I think 3 100s is massive. And 2 of them 150 plus, 2 of them 160 plus, 1 of them being 170. Mitchell Starc was immense the first 2 tests. Talking to Alex Carey here. Got a little bit tense, yeah. Exactly, footy, where do the Ashes go, eh? To Australia. Yeah, to Australia, mate, because we've always had it. They stay with us because we always win. Morally speaking, you're right. Morally speaking, I don't know if England ever lost. Well, we got over the line. It did look a little bit, squeaky bum time at one stage. Mate, the wife does that for me. I like living too much, or it's a massage at home. Not complaining. So most dismissals by Australian wicket keepers in Test series. He does fall short to Brad Haddon on 29, but he got 27, which is the a total of 28. Which is tied with Rod Marsh, but he is above with the stumping. He was 2 wickets away from Haddon. Just such an incredible series there from Alex Carey. And it's just unfortunate for him, but unfortunate for him that Mitchell Starc and Travis Head were just on another level, But Alex Carey had such an incredible series. Tons of moral wins, but now's not the time. Yeah, every single time is a moral win. I really congratulate you on your morality in England. The morality is special. It really is. It's special stuff. I'm just glad we got 5 days. We got good tests in 5 days. Great tests in 5 days. Fantastic tests in 5 days. Is Quadra woke and a Taylor Swift fan? Yeah, him and Paddy Cummins have got pretty similar thoughts in regards to a lot of things. Okay, I think next, surely we get the player of the match. Surely. They're going to enjoy a good couple of bevies tonight, the Aussie boys. Surely the next interview is going to be player of the match. We have too many wokesters in England. I think most people are anti-woke nowadays, Chucks Manwood. I think most people are. So the way the Ashes went, Australia wins by 8 wickets in the first test. They win by 8 wickets in the second test. They win by 82 runs in the third test. England wins by 4 wickets in the fourth test. And then Australia wins by 5 wickets in the fifth test. All right, just waiting to see who wins this man of the match. Man of the series, they haven't showed it yet. Still waiting. Nothing's really going on right now. They're all just standing around. I'm surprised that we haven't seen... Like, obviously, we're about to show us celebrating and lifting the trophy too. I should wait to the trophy celebration. Hold on. Someone said, we saw you play shite on the telly. Shite on the telly. Because they always say we saw you cry on the telly to Steve Smith. Khawaja is talking to the 7 commentators now. Oh, wow, that was, yeah. We saw Khawaja already speak to KO. We saw you play shite on the telly. Kawasaki. Match presentation is coming up. We are just waiting for it. Number series for the shark thing. Why do you guys go swimming 30 minutes after someone's been eaten? Because sharks aren't actually looking to... We actually had a big conversation about this yesterday in regards to sharks. If you want to go hear about that conversation, you can actually go to yesterday's stream and go check out... Was it the first session we were talking about, guys, or the second session? I can't remember. But we spoke in depth about all this kind of stuff with Harrison, who was asking this similar question. I would say, because, again, sharks aren't actual predators for humans. But post-series presentation's on now. And it's also had a feed. You're right, Sean, yeah. It's already had a feed. So we're not going to be hungry. So Ishigua is talking right now. One of the best things Trump ever said, everything woke does indeed turn to shit. True. The stream's been class. Just a shame I didn't win a single bet, so can't support the channel. Pack it in, mate. Pack it in. Oh, look at it. Everyone's allowed in the field now too. They're just thanking all their sponsors and everything now. Everyone's allowed onto the field. Steve Waugh's on stage. Player of the match. Oh, they're going to give it to a century man. It's going to be Travis Head. Yep. Travis Head gets the man of the match. Travis Head gets the man of the match. Well done to him. They said 400, so I knew that was going to be Travis Head then. So, Football Mad, crocodiles are way more dangerous than sharks, mate. So, if there's a crocodile attack, no one's going close. If there's a shark attack, yeah, it'll be a little bit, people go back in. Oz, you really hate us English? No, not at all, mate. It's all good banter. We talk shit. We take the piss, but at the end of the day, we get our banter. We both, English and Australians, understand how we sarcastically talk to each other. You don't, like, it's not like Americans. Americans will take offense a lot of the time to what we say and what you guys say because they won't get what we're doing. We're harsh, but we're taking the piss. We're joking without kind of openly saying it. Like in Australia, the closer you are with someone, the closer a mate is, the more aggressively violent you'll be with them when you speak to them. You'll call them every name under the sun, but you don't say that to necessarily people you hate. Crocodiles are dangerous, but drop bears are the worst, and we're not doing this again. Mayank, good morning, bro. Get around your Mayank. Compton Middle Medal. Player of the series. I think it's going to be Travis Head again. Yeah, it's between Travis Head, Alex Carey, and Mitchell Starc, but I think it's going to be Travis Head. I'd love it to be Carey, but... Oh, they're going to go Mitchell Starc? They are! Yes, Daggy! Go to Starkmeister. Go to Starkmeister, player of the series. Unbelievable stuff there from the Starkmeister. Starky, beautiful. Yeah, I saw the clip, mate. We spoke about it yesterday. Yeah, croc will stuff you under the water and eat you later, so it's game on for everyone. Yeah, crocodiles, they leave you under the water. 31 wickets speaks for itself. Yeah, absolutely. So we're just going to wait to see them celebrate it. You love to see them celebrate. It's what dreams are made of, ladies and gentlemen. It's what dreams are made of. Starc really made it hard for England. Dirty was incredible in those first two tests and then did exactly what he needed to do in the last three tests. It was brilliant. Ozzy, if you ever meet Prince Andrew, trust him with your life. Mate, everyone in the world knows about Prince Andrew. Clifton Boy says, biggest disappointment of the series? Are you talking player-wise or are you talking about series-wise or just as a general series? If you're talking about player-wise, I think you're going to go... Well, Cameron Green's a good shout, but for England, it's probably going to be Ollie Pope or Ben Duckett. Because at least Brighton Cast gets wickets. He gives up runs, but he gets wickets. He got the second most wickets in the series. But I would say, player-wise, it's going to be Ollie Pope / Ben Duckett or Cameron Green. Series-wise, is that the writing was on the wall very early, and we knew what was going to happen very early. But if you want me to give you the most disappointing player from both teams, Cameron Green for Australia, and for England, I would go with Ollie Pope. Most impressive for England, Joe Root. But I'll actually say Bethel. In the limited time we saw, because Root was inconsistent. You know, Root did get 100 in Adelaide and in Brisbane, and then Root did get a 100 in Sydney, but also Cummins wasn't bowling either time. If Cummins was bowling, he always gets Root, and Root was inconsistent outside of that. So Ben Stokes coming up to, let's see him whinge. Come on, let me see it. I bet you he whinges about something. If the USA didn't enter the war, we were all screwed. What are we talking about? Hold on. I just want to hear what Ben Stokes says. Have a bit of drama there at the end. Should have got 100 more. Yep. I think England will win if they get 250. If it was a 250 lead. Even a 200 lead might have been enough. Stokes bowled well for the series. Chuck, you're right, yeah. He had batting moments for the series. Good and bad. What lessons have you learnt? Time for reflections, not right now. Who do you guys play next, England? Who's your next test series? I know it's at home. I remember we saw something throughout one of the tests where it was next at home. Who do you play next? They're still just talking to Stokes. Would Australia play a different game though, chase more runs? Yeah, but the wicket changed. The cracks opened up that we spoke about the last couple of days. I think 250. Yes, they would have changed their way of playing, but it would have been difficult. New Zealand, I think. Oh, maybe, yeah. I'll quickly have a look. England cricket. You got a couple of ODIs against Sri Lanka coming up on the 22nd of January. And then you play a T20 series against Sri Lanka, and then you play in the T20 World Cup. Your next test's in June against New Zealand at home, yeah. England versus New Zealand, 3 tests, and then T20s against India. 5 T20s in England against India. Then 3 ODIs against India, and then you play tests against Pakistan in England. So you pretty much have a summer of... You pretty much have... Your next period is at home. We will all be watching the World Cup in North America. Yeah, it's good. I will be streaming the World Cup. I will. Bro, final match you performed. What happening? What do you mean? I know since they play New Zealand and Pakistan for their summer. Yeah. You know, a big shout goes to the Barmy Army. You know, even though you sing the same song on repeat all day, every day, at the very least, you support your team through thick and thin, and you love it. You love to see it. That's Ben Stokes, the England captain, finished up. Now, Stevie Smith, the captain, for these last 2 tests. Standing captain for Paddy Cummins. What does Stevie Smith have to say? Nice to finish on a high note. Yep. Yeah, we get the points to the World Test Championship, so it was very important that we won. Jamie Smith was a little bit disappointing, Harrison. You're right. Yeah, it's still potential, but he was disappointing this series. I still think Johnny Bairstow should have come over. I do. Massive Italy fan. God help you. Have they still not qualified? I know they haven't qualified for the last 14 odd years, but are they still not qualified yet? I reckon Oz's missus told him to get off the device. So Steve Smith still talking. Everyone did their job. Experience counts a lot in a series like this, which is why they should have brought Johnny Bairstow. So when will be our next? Because Australian cricket is a little bit loosey-goosey with telling us what they're doing. Because if you look at Australian cricket, it just says that our next games are the T20 World Cup. So what, you're telling me we don't have any ODIs or T20s after this? Obviously no tests until later on, but when's our next games? Is it the World Cup? I don't understand how England had it in their heads it's easy to play in Australia. Lack of success provides frustration and desperation. They're talking about Khawaja. Who does India? I'm going to check out a few. India cricket. Who do they play? Oh, that's right. They play New Zealand on Sunday. I might consider streaming it just to see kind of if we kick on, but I don't know. It's hard for me to stream games that I don't have that pure passionate investment in. But ODI series against the Kiwis. Do you guys always let the crowd on the pitch at Sydney? Well, a lot of stadiums, after a game finishes, we allow it, Seabus Stadium after rugby league. Not all stadiums do it, but like I've been on Suncorp before, and there has been plenty. There, a lot of the time, they'll allow... You're not allowed on the actual wicket. Like, they block off the wicket, but they just don't allow the fans onto there. They allow the fans onto the field in general. I would say Webster replaces Usman, yeah. I would say Webster, because Green's going to be in the team, even though he shouldn't be, but Green's going to be in the team. Because if anything, Webster should replace Green, and then somebody else should replace Khawaja, but it won't happen. MCG do it too after AFL games. Not really after cricket games, but the MCG let the fans in the field after AFL games. Gee, 7 is well behind KO in regards to the broadcast. Like, further behind than normal. Would it be nice to see Green get dropped and Marsh plays? Marsh not playing. Marsh not playing. He's had his chance, bro. Enjoy the celebrations. And they're just thanking England again. Has been good fun. Good bloke, Steve Smith, actually. He is a good bloke, mate. He is a good bloke, and it's really harsh that he has to cop as much as he does, but he did make a mistake. He was a part of a mistake, and that is what it is. But he is a good bloke, and he has a lot of respect, and it's just unfortunate that he got embroiled in a situation that he was a part of, and admittedly so, and he was held accountable. He was banned. So was multiple players, but he's a good bloke. He does mean well, and he's down to earth, and he just loves the game of cricket. But here we go. They're about to celebrate. They're about to celebrate it. Paddy Cummins and Steve Smith to lift it up. And here we go. Australia win the series 4-1. It would just feel so weird seeing England do this. I haven't seen England lift this trophy in over 15 years, bro. Over 10 years, bro. Like, you know, like, and in Australia 15 years, but it just feels so weird. Maybe not so much in England. I could assume England, but it feels so weird to see them winning it in. And the English will have the same feeling about Australia because we don't usually win in England, but we do draw. Well, there you go, guys. That's it done. That's everything done. We've celebrated it. Australia win 4-1. I'm glad you guys have enjoyed, whether you're English or Australian, Kiwi, Indian, American, doesn't matter who you are, Bangladeshi. As long as you've enjoyed the streams, I appreciate you a lot for getting around it. A lot more cricket this year to come, so stay tuned to the channel. If you're a rugby league fan, 15th of January, pumping out content. Obviously, hit that like button. Subscribe if you're new around here. Go check out the travel channel in the pinned comment if you haven't already. And I will see you for the next game. All right, guys. Thanks for watching. Thanks for another fantastic cricket season. See you next time. Thanks for watching. Catch you later. See ya.